Let's do that with sound. Hi, welcome to the channel. My name is Goblin, and today we have session 0, already with technical issues. More than one, you'll see shortly what the others are. With our session 0 of our brand new show, Rise of the Goblinoids. I'm just already flustered, sorry. Rise of the Goblinoids, it's going to be a 0 or level 1 to 15 Pathfinder campaign. I'm excited to be back into Pathfinder. It's been many years. I've loved doing We Be Goblins, but this is a full campaign. This is one of their big adventures arcs, their big stories, and this is one of the original stories. So I'm really, really keen to this one and put our own spin on it, which is everybody is going to be playing goblins or goblinoid characters, which brings the absolute crazy into the game, which is the idea. Let's have some fun. Let's go full pink mohawk and let's have a lot of fun. So we have a couple new casts. We have everyone's now off mute. So hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
It seems that Ursamay's curse from last week is continuing. So we're doing no video to try to at least try to get some of that connection issues to get some sound. And unfortunately, that it is what it is. But she is there. She's not hiding behind a black screen. She's totally there. But we have two new people.
Sorry about that.
It's totally okay. Totally okay. But we have two new people we'll say hello to. So we have Kiwi. So
Hello.
hi, Kiwi. And we have Ari in the red.
Hello.
And people remember Nik from our Blades of Waterdeep. And of course TreantMonk from also Blades of Waterdeep. And Ursamay hiding in the darkness from Blades of Waterdeep. So I just want to point out that Treant and Ursamay have not just been in the Blades of Waterdeep, but this is going to be their third show for the channel. So both in separate single class challenge shows, the Druids and the Barbarians. So it's been a while. It's really good to see. So shall we do full introductions or shall we just skip the introductions?
Yeah, I'm good. Getting right into it. You just introduced yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said, this is going to be a 0 to 15 full-on. So I'm just trying to find the macro I needed because I really didn't get that. That's the one I'm looking for. 0 to 15 level Pathfinder campaign. We're going to only be playing goblins, but on that list is hobgoblins, monkey goblins, bugbears, and there's also a fire goblin, which is a weird one, which I didn't even know about until I did some research, which I still don't really know about, but hey, it's a thing. So yeah, that's what's that's the options. So what races are we going to be playing today?
Well, I had an idea for a hobgoblin character. Because the hobgoblins, to my understanding, are very warlike, and they're also very disciplined, right? It's more like a Sparta kind of deal with them. So I was thinking that my
super military.
Yeah, so I was thinking my guy would be like a member. He had been a member of like their equivalent of a phalanx that had been wiped out, and he managed to hide and get his way out, and can't go back to his initial tribe, or they would kill him for cowardice. Now, I haven't decided what class he's going to be, but but that's the basic concept I was thinking.
Okay. Who wants to go next for their class and, well, the idea concept?
I'll go.
I had a goblin gunslinger by the name of, or rather, sorry, they're a goblin from this little goblin village off in the middle of nowhere. And this alchemist wizard type decided to move in and start using the area for all sorts of dark magic practice and corrupting the area and getting everything sick. He was eventually found by some adventurers, completely unrelated to the goblins. But now Boom Boom has to go out and she's looking for, or they are looking for a probably made up legendary item called the Flask of Panacea to cure their village.
Okay. We're going to have to work around that because we're going to have like our own little style, like reason why you're here. That may be a bit changed, but the Boom Boom and the gunslinger, and I know the riding and everything else is totally cool.
I love that. I love the name.
And yeah, love the name. Absolutely love the name. Who wants to go next? Ursamay, have you got any ideas? Why you still got a connection?
I was vaguely kind of thinking about just playing a bard goblin.
So a bard pretending to be like a human style bard?
I'm not a goblin. I'm a halfling with a skin condition.
Maybe. I kind of imagine him like with a blade and loot. Yeah. He has 3 strings as loot.
There's laughter there, but I can't hear what that says.
Really crappy, trashy. He has 3 strings loot type of deal.
A 3-string loot. Cool.
Yeah.
I think a halfling. Awesome. So we're going to get dirty limericks? Is that Okay. This is going to be...
Ursamay is back to speaking binary.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to be another two.
No! We may have to work around that all day. I know.
Yeah. I'm really sorry.
I know.
I just thought like last week it was just a one-off thing.
Well, as Trent said, if you do a GoFundMe, I'm sure that a couple of us may chip in and help you out with that. It sounds more internet more than hardware, though. So we'll go to our next person. Nik?
Yeah.
What's your scary idea?
I got a blind cleric of chaos so far, and I'm caught between just the normal goblin or like the monkey goblin. I don't know which one.
Or a fire goblin.
Yeah.
I can't find where those are. I see the Grindilo, so just be an octopus goblin.
I haven't even found an octopus goblin. Wow.
Yeah, it's in the normal goblin and then variants.
Oh. But it's not really a ocean-going campaign. Maybe if it was like... If it was Skull and Shackles, the pirate campaign, absolutely.
Yeah, Karsha actually had a change of heart. I think I'm going to play a goblin shark.
I mean, that's what it is. It's like they have a shark face, but then they have like octopus legs. So they just be walking around like tentacles.
Oh man, but yeah, the monkey goblin and the is out there. It's a weird, more jungle foresty style where they can carry something in their tail. They can't wield anything, but they can at least carry something. They've got no what's it called? Prehensile? Is that right? Yeah, prehensile tail. Yeah. So that's a different one. And they're not probably from this region, so they probably came in from somewhere else, or maybe hopped aboard a ship and stowed away, anything like that.
Probably shipwrecked.
Yeah.
Just on this place. I'm like, where am I?
Shipwrecked is
Also
also
blind.
You know, since nobody else is playing an alchemist, I thought somebody was, but since nobody's playing an alchemist, I'm thinking I could be like a grenadier. So I think that's what I'll do.
Okay.
Be an alchemist, like grenadier style.
And Kiwi?
Oh, instead of the Chaos Cleric?
No, I'm the Chaos Cleric.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoops.
Nik's the blind spellcasting Chaos Cleric. Yep.
I was going to wait till I heard what everyone else is playing before I decided.
Gotcha.
Nick?
Fair enough.
Do you mean Kiwi?
Oh, sorry. Kiwi, yes. What am I doing? Yes. I'm already bad.
I've got ideas. Like, I was thinking of like a goblin who has I don't know if this is doable or reskinnable, but like a giant raccoon, and they kind of like dig through the garbage and sell garbage to other goblins and hunt for rats and feed the village.
There's-
the other goblins.
I think there's actually a feat called Junk Tinker that would be perfect for that. That's exclusive to goblins.
I
So
was thinking he might be like a ranger or a druid or something, and
Yeah, that sounds like a ranger or a druid to me.
spoiler alert, you have the village here. You've got that scene there. It's all there for you. See that little like thing called Junk Beach
hold on.
right at the top here?
Right.
Yep.
That's where you're from.
Yep.
So this is where everyone is going to have like your communal cave on the beach, which is an entire big trash heap.
Yeah.
So before you get too invested into ideas, the idea is that this is not something I've written in. This is what's there, is that the village throw all their garbage off the cliff into the bay called Junk Beach. And so that's where this group will be living, unbeknownst to the village itself. So the village doesn't know it's there, the village doesn't know you're there. And the whole thing is that goblins from the surrounding area, they raid the village, also they raid the Junk Beach for supplies and fun stuff.
Yes.
So-
Yeah. I was kind of thinking he might operate, in the like selling to other goblins, or bartering and hunting for things and making a living that way.
Hmm.
So, yeah, avoiding the people, of course, because people are there.
Yeah. Well, you actually down, I don't know the size of the cliff, but it's probably about 50 feet or 100 feet down away from the people, away from the town, and they don't even know anyone's there. They just haven't figured out why the rubbish tip doesn't keep on going up in size, and it just because the goblins keep on taking it and stealing stuff from there. Totally a thing of selling junk. So
That gives me a idea for a possible alteration of my backstory to make it able to fit in here.
Yeah.
So maybe just instead of the whole dark wizard thing, it was just a normal alchemist who was just throwing his failed experiments onto Junk Beach. And my goblin's family was the one who happened to get sick from these failed experiments just being thrown onto this trash heap. And now my character is looking for the imaginary item for that reason.
That's a good idea.
I was about to say it was only going to be your people there, it's not a clan of goblins. It's just all these people exiled from your own clan. So you'll also need to have clan names from where you came from as well.
I had a thought on that as well. I figure I did some research because there's not a lot in hobgoblin names out there, and one person had an interesting idea. They said maybe hobgoblins don't have names. Maybe it's like you're part of this regiment, unit number 47. So I figured my guy would be Red Banner Phalanx Hoplite Unit 43. So he'll just be called Red.
I came up with my name. It's Jabbersnatch.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of like Jabberwocky, but Jabbersnatch.
I like it.
I like it. But yeah, for Ari, I know I'm shooting down your creative ideas. Everything you come out, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to say, like, trying to have like everyone's exiles from your own clans, and you're like, you've all kind of made your way here because, well, other communities raid this area, but you didn't know that there's like a cave, and you've kind of banded together in that cave as your own little group.
Okay. So there's no other goblins there. It's just us.
Just you guys, just us.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah. All right.
Although other trade,
I think we misunderstood that part.
but others come in and raid it, and this is your treasure. This is your loot. The town donates to you. The town gives you all these gifts, so it's your treasure. And they're raiding you all the time, like the others are raiding you. That's what I mean. All right. Yeah.
In that case, I have one final, possibly way funnier alteration.
Oh God.
My character found a really badly written book, like someone was writing their own, more or less a fiction novel. My character found a thrown out version of it, became convinced it was truth, and is now looking for the imaginary item that was written about in this book.
You're a reader. Wow.
Oh, soul's gone.
I tried to read something once. That's how I went blind. I tried to read something once, and it made me go crazy. I had to stab out my eyes.
Secretly, our characters actually read the same thing, but your character realized it was just really bad writing, and it made them stab themselves.
Yeah. So, I was always curious about if anyone was going to take reading, because reading is like a big taboo. But I'm not going to disallow it. But you probably want to keep it secret. You probably want to keep it secret from the other goblins that you can read.
Well, if I'm an alchemist, I can probably read because I have a formula, right?
Well, not necessarily.
I'm not listening to these stupid goblins and their little primitive brains. They don't know anything.
And technically, the superstition is only that writing steals words from your brain, not reading them. I could just never ever write anything down.
Yes, Zero Cats. Reading is a big taboo for goblins in Pathfinder.
I thought it was just
it's
writing.
Supposed to steal your soul or something like that, isn't it? Or
yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just wriing that did that. Not
I think you're actually right. Writing things down steals the words out of your brain. So, like goblin tribes will pass on their traditions and pass on their stories orally through their songs, which is why their songs are so prominent. Because they don't write things down. And as the story goes on, what we're going to have in our overlays, at least the theory is to have cave paintings of how the story progresses. So initially you'll have maybe a painting of like all the party exiled from your communities coming together here to the Junk Beach. And then maybe another one where the townsfolk who absolutely hate and will kill goblins on sight are throwing treasures to you and all these gifts and and that type of thing. So that's and then as the story progresses, the idea is probably to have more and more of those come through and to build a pattern of what your adventures have been in theory. In practice, it's getting an artist to actually do cave paintings, which is going to be weird. Like a professional artist to do all these little weird cave paintings. And
I'm going to pay you $200 to pretend like you did this with your bare hands.
I could do the stick figures.
I can technically do that with my finger because I'm drawing on an iPad, so I can just draw with my finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, just use don't even try for finesse. Just use your entire finger like a 5-year-old. Like, shh.
Oh yes, and get your stole stolen from an alphabet soup. I love the idea. Love that one, Zero. That's a good one. So yeah, I think I've got a blurb for the. I think it's the introduction. No, I put a few things in here and released them to everyone so they can actually have a look at it. But one of them may be in our journals about the about goblins. Pretty sure I put it into our journals, but I probably haven't.
Yeah, it is there.
The
I
top
was
10 things.
looking at it. I was looking at it today. Yeah. The one thing I should mention is you have something about tattoo magic at the bottom, and it's blank.
Okay, gotcha. It's probably because the information's in. I tried to release it to everybody,
Okay.
but it's been put into the GM side.
But yeah, the first introduction under start here is the one with the goblin information.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does anyone want to go through and read that out? So you have as in aloud.
Oh,
Sure.
sure.
Yeah. Who wants? Go ahead.
I'll do it. So, number 1, horse hate. Goblins excel at riding animals, but they don't quite get horses. In fact, their hatred of all things horse is matched only by their fear of horses, who tend to step on goblins who get too close. Number 2, dog hate. Although goblins raise horrible rat-faced creatures, called creatively enough goblin dogs, to use as mounts and ride wolves and wargs if they can get them, goblins are quick to explain that wolves are not dogs. Their hatred of plain old dogs nearly matches their hatred of horses. The feeling is mutual. If your dog's barking at the woodpile for no reason, chances are he smells a frightened goblin hiding in there somewhere. 3, goblins raid junkyards. Goblin pits, gutters, sewers, anywhere there's garbage, you can bet goblins are nearby. Goblins are weirdly adept at crafting weapons and armor from refuse, and are fond of killing people with what they throw away. Goblins love to sing. Unfortunately, as catchy as their lyrics can be, goblin songs tend to be a bit too creepy and disturbing to catch on in polite society. 5, they're sneaky. An excited or angry goblin is a noisy, chattering, toothy menace. But even then, he can drop into an unsettling silence in a heartbeat. This, matched with their diminutive size, makes goblins unnervingly adept at hiding in places you'd never expect. Stacks of firewood, rain barrels, under logs, under chicken coops, in ovens. 6, they're a little crazy. The fact that goblins think of things like ovens as good hiding places reveals much about their inability to think plans through to the most likely outcome. That, and they tend to be easily distracted, particularly by shiny things and animals smaller than them that might make good eating. 7, they're voracious. Given enough supplies, a goblin generally takes nearly a dozen meals a day. Most goblins don't have enough supplies most goblin tribes don't have enough supplies to accommodate such ravenous appetites, which is why the little menaces are so prone to going on raids. 8, they like fire. Burning things is one of the great goblin pastimes. Although they're generally pretty careful about lighting fires in their own lairs, especially since goblins tend to live in large, tangled thistle patches and sleep in beds of dried leaves and grass. But give a goblin a torch in someone else's home, and you've got trouble. 9, they get stuck easily. Goblins have wiry frames but wide heads. They live in cramped warrens, sometimes too cramped. 10, goblins believe writing steals your soul. The walls of goblin lairs and the ruins of towns goblins have raided are littered with pictures of their exploits. They never use writing, though. That's not lucky. Writing steals words out of your head. You can't get them back.
Yeah. So that's the write-up of what a goblin is in Pathfinder. They're very different from other game systems, but they really, really are a comic relief. So yeah, writing steals your souls is going to be the. You can learn from passed down traditions, or as an alchemist, you can learn passed down traditions, or you can learn just by picking up things and experimenting yourself.
What I was planning on, if it's okay, if it fits your theme of the campaign, is that my character would be kind of typical because he's a hobgoblin. He would probably be lawful, and he's going to be insanely frustrated by all these chaotic, crazy goblins running around all the time because he's used to discipline, he's used to formation, he's used to fighting in a legion. Why don't they keep this position?
So
I
you're,
specifically have a spell that says protection from law.
I'm just picturing him. We need a plan of attack.
Yeah, start at the left
Attack
flank.
plan. Attack.
Leroy Jenkins.
so,
Reform. What? Where are you going?
so you're going to be the straight man with a bunch
Yeah.
of children running around, compared to what we've last seen
well,
you as.
Bozo's gone, so somebody's got to do it.
For Ari and for Kiwi, TreantMonk was playing Lucky in the Waterdeep campaign, who was the troublemaker, the instigator, the chaos.
Not
The one who
only
pushes the big red button.
Not the only one.
True.
He is the party. He is the party button pusher.
So this is the opposite. Yep, all good. We do need at least one person sensible, so that's, yeah.
Yeah.
And probably it's going to be the biggest of big guys as the sensible one. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to need to get some hit dice, or sorry, abilities. So we're going to need to get those up and running. Before we do, so can everyone go to the options, the My Settings top right? I have to think of that. And just make sure enable 3D dice and automatically roll 3D dice is enabled. That way when you roll it, it comes onto my screen, which comes onto everybody's screen, in theory. In practice, we may crash Ursamay's computer.
Well,
And we'll see.
judging by how today has gone, it only takes a strong breeze to crash Ursamay's internet. So,
Yep.
Mm.
Okay, so in the next bar across the collection, there should be a new initiative, also a new macro there called It's Alive with a couple of exclamation marks. That is your 4d6, keep the highest 3.
wait, what are we looking for?
Where is that? Sorry.
In the collection, so the next one across from settings, for my settings. Whoop, we got to roll.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Got it.
Nick, that's a...
Cover the screen with dice.
We're only
That's
pressing
a
it
lot of
once. So, Nick,
Do I check off in bar?
you should just have to press the dice button next to the It's Alive.
Okay.
Yep.
There we are.
I clicked the check.
I see lots of ones.
You got a 5 as one of your stats.
So we've got a few 5s actually.
Wow.
So mediocre.
Everyone has a 7 so far.
Kiwi, I'm just looking yours. You had
Or lower.
2 1s and 2 6s for your 13 there.
Yeah. Yeah, I've last time I rolled stats, my highest roll was an 11. So this is an improvement. Oh wow, nice.
Oh, that's a good roll.
Ursamay,
Wow.
I think you got the
Except-
I
highest.
didn't get a 3. I didn't get a 3 this time.
No.
You didn't get a 17, but I think that's the best out of everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like I got the highest stat. Go me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't believe that goblins get any pluses or minuses, but I could be wrong.
Oh no, they do.
They do. They get a -2 strength, +2 dex. Is it +2 con, -2 charisma or something? There's lots of things.
It's here. I'm looking it up. +4 dexterity, -2 strength, -2 charisma.
And then a hobgoblin, I think, gets a bonus to, is it dex and con or something?
I would have thought maybe
I think-
strength, but we can figure that out.
I'm
No,
checking
it's
it out now.
strangely enough, it isn't.
It is dex and con. Yeah, +2
Yeah.
dex, +2 con.
Okay. I've got it up here, yep. So you've got your character sheets. I'm I've got that for the goblins. And Nick, if you're going to be playing a monkey goblin, you might have to try to find that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Okay. If you struggle, I can probably find it.
I got it. I can post it in the Discord.
Okay.
Give me a second to find the Discord. There it is. There you go.
So the stuff I'm putting into chat is the goblins one, because most people are playing goblins.
And just to make sure, we can put the stats we rolled in any ability, right? It doesn't have to be like
Anyone.
the one goes into. Okay.
I'm not, although I'm old school, I'm not that old school.
Yeah, no, my first GM for D&D was that old school. The first game he played was Red Box set, and he made you roll out each stat one at a time, and what you rolled had to be in that stat. It was excellent.
Copy, pasting. There we go. Oh, they're done. Oops. Okay, I pasted more than I thought. I went down the page. There we go. And Nick, how are you going to target your spell casting? I'm really...
The spells that I have chosen, none of them require that I need to see a person. 2 of them require I need to touch a person. The other one's like an area effect. And one is detect poison, which I can click on that. Detect magic specifically says that I see an aura, so I couldn't choose that one. So I chose detect poison, and that one specifically says that this spell can penetrate barriers of like stone, metal, and like lead. So I assume I smell poison.
Yep. That's yep. That's going to be really weird. And as I've said, you're going to have a black screen. For
there is also this one.
15 levels.
That says I chose murderous command. I give a target a mental urge to kill its nearest ally.
That's going to be really awkward.
And its range is close, 25 feet plus 5 feet. So I don't know if that requires sight or if I can just connect with his mind. Yeah,
I'll allow it. I mean, it's gonna be a case of just, if we're gonna play as crazy as the idea is, I'm gonna be having to allow and adapt.
I just assume that range close is kind of like the touch range, that I'm just touching people.
Yeah.
So I assume I have to find him, which I put high in try to perception, but I have a -2 in wisdom. And so we'll see how well I am at actually finding things.
When you have a look at your character sheet, I'm just trying to find which yours is yellow. On your character sheet, are you doing character mints? Okay, I won't touch it yet. There is a conditions. There's conditions up the top. Once you finish with all of them, once you click it, it'll pretty much, you can just click on blind, and it'll automatically take into account everything for you, which will give you your -2 to your perception and probably minuses to a few things. It just means you won't have to think about it. Although it's going to be weird. Also, with your feats as well, there is feats for background feats. Is one thing I wanted to discuss as well. So if you're used to D&D where you don't get the feat, like you don't get feats very often. Pathfinder, you get a lot of them. In Pathfinder, you get background feats as well. You can either have background feats for your race or other bits and pieces. I've got some for at least goblins, which I'll probably have to cut and paste to give people ideas of what they are. And also, you can kind of adapt the campaign ones in the player's guide. So there's like player's guide to Rise of the Runelords. So there's, I think it's under campaign traits.
Yeah, it was under the campaign traits. So we would just reskin these. Is that the idea?
So you can reskin those.
Assuming, yeah, okay.
And I'll see if I can find the ones from Goblins of Galeria. 24 it seems. Nope, 16.
Well, I think I know the one I want. It won't have to be reskinned too much. I'll take that Scholar of the Ancients.
So you also get two. You get one from that, but also one from elsewhere. So I'm just trying to find the others to make sure. Of course, I can't find them, but I spent last night going through and making sure I had everything. Might be in the Vase Guide then. I love that Humble Bumble had a big Pathfinder sale. It was a few months ago.
I'm gonna have a charisma of 5. I am the most cantankerous little goblin.
So normal.
So many minuses.
It's okay. If you're playing D&D 2nd edition, goblins get 2d6. That's what they roll for abilities. That's it. 2d6.
For what?
In 2nd edition AD&D, goblins roll 2d6 for each ability.
Wow.
Oh, right, yeah.
So they had it even worse.
And so you said we get 1 campaign trait and 1 normal trait?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find all the traits. At least the goblin ones.
Well, there are 3 for Rise of the Runelords, and I'll link those in the chat.
Oh, the in the Rise of the Runelords campaign traits, there's a few in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Typical, I can't find them.
If you go to, are you on the PFSRD?
No, I haven't. I don't have that.
Oh, it's free.
Yeah, it's free.
That's what I'm on right now.
I'll just link you to the main website.
Yep, going to there now. Oh yeah, I remember this one. It's been a while since I've been here. When I do individual searches, it's like, this is one of the sites that most likely comes up. I'm trying to work through PDFs, which I own. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. We got SRDs out there these days. Okay, there we go. Balloon-headed. Yeah. So, advantageous distraction, balloon-headed, big ears, bouncy, colour thief, dog sniff hate, foul belch, goblin foolhardiness, pustular, rude songs. There's one for you, Ursamay. Ugly swine. And yeah, they're the ones for there we go. Are there any for hobgoblins? No, there's not.
I don't think there's any. No. There's general traits.
Yep.
Which is fine with me.
No problem. So all of them are fine to use. And they just add a little bit here and there, a little bit more flavour. And also, if you're using something like big-headed, then we'll have that interpreted by the artist to be big-headed. So we'll also put that into the artwork if there's a physical trait that you're using for your goblin race. Or hobgoblin, or... Nik, are you going monkey goblin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Advantageous distraction. It sounds amazing.
Oh, there's a feat you might like. Let me see if I can remember the name of it.
Oh, Inner Sea Bestiary, damn. I was looking for Inner Sea Races Guide, which is what I was looking through this morning for you monkey goblins.
Oh, here it is. I'm posting the feat in the chat. It's called Roll With It, and if you're struck by a melee weapon, you can make an acrobatics to instead get thrown by the weapon and take non-lethal damage.
I can see it. Nice.
Yeah. And so, Zero, yeah, I understand. Forcing people to keep the roles that you have in the order makes things very hard. Makes a fun game unfun for the most part. Like, kind of, yeah. Although I'm also a big stickler for actually having people roll stats instead of doing the whole point buy and things like that. That's just my style, unfortunately. I like it. I like having people that are going to struggle, and like a lot of times that person that's struggling works out better sometimes. How are you going, Ursamay?
I think I'm going to take one that's just plain appropriate for my campaign background trait. I'm going to take Exile.
Yep. What benefits does that give you?
It gives you a +2 initiative bonus.
That's pretty damn good, actually.
Yeah. And since I'm a gunslinger, I figure I'll just flavor text it as being fast on the draw.
Fast draw.
Absolute quick draw. Are you going to add that with improved initiative as well, just to really push the point?
Yeah. Because I already have a 21 dex, so that's going to be a +5 right there. And I'm going to have improved initiative and this, so I'm going to have a +11 initiative bonus.
I forget how extreme the pluses get in Pathfinder.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. And don't forget you're also small, so you've got bonuses there. At least to your sneaking. And if you've got dex that high, even if you don't have any points in it, you're going to have like a +4, 6 to your sneaking.
+9. You get +4 per size decrease below medium.
Yeah.
So small creatures get a +4 to stealth.
Yeah, and so then you get your
+4 plus dex. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you also get another +4 for your for being sneaky as a racial.
Goblins goblin racial trait. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep.
All right. Where are we putting traits on our character sheet?
They're just a feat. Oh, characters, I don't really know kind of where.
Features traits is right below feats on the character sheet.
I see it. Thank you.
The Pathfinder sheets are kind of foreign to me.
And if you want to minimize any of the boxes that you're creating with all this text in it, there's a little gear symbol next to the names that you can click on, and it'll minimize the boxes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, due to their size, they'll get a +1 to the AC, -1 to their combat maneuver checks, +4 on their stealth checks. They're fast for their size, so they're still 30 feet around, where other creatures that small would be 25. So I believe a dwarf is 25. 60 feet infravision, +4 bonus on ride and stealth checks. So common, dwarven, gnoll, gnome as bonus languages. Yeah. So stealth is going to be extreme.
Yeah, I get a bonus to stealth too.
Oh wait, I forgot. I can't take improved initiative yet because there's a trait that I need, or there's a feat I need called Goblin Gunslinger. It allows me to use medium-sized firearms.
Okay, yep. And with all the junk in the junkyard, you can create your own firearms. So everyone's super quiet. How are you going?
Yeah, my bad.
This character sheet scares me compared to the 5th edition one.
It does.
God.
But if you saw the non official version, the player made one, it was about 5 to 10 times bigger and more complex.
Yeah.
This is the easy one.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying on the inside.
You're crying on the inside.
All right, I've picked my traits.
Okay, so I think I'll be a druid because, hey, why not? Why not pick a really complex class in a game I've never played?
If you're going to dive in headfirst into that wood chipper.
Yeah, exactly. I wanna be a crazy goblin druid, like a shaman-y druid. I'm sure I would have found some chicken bones in that
Oh, that's yeah.
dump.
It's the town's dump. I mean, and it's not a new phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that's been going on for a while.
With my raccoon, hopefully I can have a raccoon.
You could always reskin something to a raccoon if there's nothing. Bet you there's like a weasel or something.
Ferret.
Yeah. Is there a badger or something? I don't really.
There is a badger, actually.
Yeah.
We don't have raccoons in New Zealand, but raccoons. I've seen YouTube videos of them, and they're quite cool animals.
Well,
Yeah.
I was just thinking Tasmanian devil,
But
but it's not New Zealand. It's like, but that was my thought.
I could have like a kiwi, giant kiwi. I was thinking a swarm of rats, but I don't know if that's like a thing.
Well, they do have a listing. I don't think you can get an entire swarm as a single companion. No.
Yeah, like, and they disappear and reappear when I need them.
Nick, how useful are swarms of rats?
What now?
I recruited all the rats in Waterdeep.
Oh, wow.
So all the sewer rats, by speaking to them and feeding them like 4 gold worth of money. I mean, food. 4 gold worth of food.
Well, not all, but you're getting a large horde.
I did by the end of my 10-year
That's
futures vision.
actually, spoiler alert, you each would have been killed off one by one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the main enemy knew who you were, and you took all the gold.
But he'd have to find me first.
You've got your.
He didn't find me when I was a flea on him. I bit him as a spider, and he failed.
Yeah.
And
I did
if
max
I remember
damage.
correctly, when we finished that campaign, we sicked a gold dragon on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did.
That your hiding reminds me of this really stupid assassin character I made. I took a Gripply, which is a small-sized creature that has climbing as a natural thing, and then I stacked on like 2 different size reductions so that it was like 6 inches tall, and I used Mage Hand so that it could fly. And I just moved myself around on the enemy and used stealth, but they couldn't find me because I was weightless.
A party full of halflings and a giant spider is the druid.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was the mount.
Let's see.
How are you going, Ursamay?
Oh, it's going slowly.
What are we struggling with?
Where to start?
Yeah, I feel you.
Going no.
I got a feeling that we're going to be doing a lot of work during the week with your Ursamay. Well, at least we don't even need everything here done today. It's more to make sure our concepts are there and our ideas are on paper. To then we can, then we can start forming the visuals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just sometimes my internet is just be really slow, so I'm having trouble like getting everything done on the character sheet too.
Yeah.
And what you just said was the first thing you said in a long time that came through completely clearly.
Like sometimes you get really bad sounding, like I can't really understand anything you're saying, then you get just fine. So yeah, I'm definitely taking the modem in sometime this week.
Can I drag and drop this stuff?
You should be able to drag and drop stuff. You should also have access to my compendium stuff.
Unless you're an alchemist.
Because alchemist isn't in the core stuff.
No, yeah. So I'm just trying to find out everything and put it in all manually.
Oh, sorry about that. That makes it. That was the other reason why I try to minimize the amount of books we're trying to source from, because all the books aren't in Roll20. There's only the core. Actually, I'll just quickly exit out of the game.
Did not mean to do that. Ignore that.
Yeah. Just quickly exiting out of the game just to make sure I've got it so you do have access to my stuff. If it's letting me
gunsmith, you don't, gunslinger, you don't have either.
No.
Yeah.
They're the two I'm allowing from the advanced. But if you're not familiar with, there's so many different options if we just let them all in. Like, just so many. Game settings, there we go. Oops, I've got to go through the... Okay. Okay, so now it should be letting you... now it should be sharing my companions with everybody. But you may have to refresh the browser to do that. Refresh the game to do that, or log out and log back in. I just realized...
Is there a way to change the speed? Because I have a speed of I have a climb speed of 30, but my normal land speed is less than the goblin ones. So I only have 20 feet of land speed, but it's not letting me change it.
On the character sheet, if you go over to configuration, there's a little box on the left side that says race, and it's where it shows you where you can put in the race ability modifiers. At the bottom of that box, there's a place where it says speed, and that's where you change it.
Thank you for knowing much more about this sheet than I do.
Well, it says speed. Racial traits of monkey goblins. Speed, slow speed. Monkey goblins have a base speed of 20 feet. So that would explain that.
I got that in there, but I can't add a climb speed.
Oh,
it just
doesn't
says
let
my
you add
climb
the
speed's
climb
5.
speed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you would put that. Give me a second. I'm sure I can find it.
I'm investigating too. So much thought process. I think it's just because it's a foreign system for most of us, and the character sheet is also foreign to most of us as well, which is the other difficulty.
And we all get a feat at this level as well, right? That's
Yeah, you start off with 1 level 1 feat.
1 level 1 feat. Okay.
Yeah. And now everything's just slowed down for me. No! Well, what I'm going to do, we're not using the PDFs, so I'm going to close down all my PDFs.
Yeah, I cannot find anywhere that you put that. That's really weird.
I'll just put it in features and then remember that I have a climb speed of 30. Or go for, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we'll forget.
Okay, so I'll just close down 15 PDFs. That should be good.
That might help.
Yeah, well, I was going to be running off those, but if we're going to use the SRD, and the SRD covers everything, it's like, well, why do I need to bring up all my PDFs that I paid all that money for? Go. At least.
Okay, I figured out how to modify it, but it's a really roundabout way. Okay, it's not technically modifying the speed. You're technically on the sheet. It looks like a buff. So what you got to do is at the top of the sheet, you'll notice right under where it says Pathfinder, like the big logo, you'll notice a big thing that says conditions and buffs. If you go to buffs and you click the little thing that says add a buff, you would name it climb speed, and where it says mods, you have to type this specifically. Plus 25 ability to climb speed, and capitalize climb speed. Not like all caps, but capital. And then you wait a few seconds, and then you press enter and wait a few seconds, and it should modify your climb speed to 30.
Okay. Sounds right. It sounds like it would work.
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't forget to tick the buff.
Yeah, you have to take it on.
Roll wealth.
There you go.
I'm assuming we start with 0 wealth.
Okay. Yep, there we go.
Level 1 characters start with a class amount of wealth, unless the GM says otherwise.
It would normally depend on your
Yeah.
class.
Yeah. So you have what you would have, but think of wealth kind of differently when you're thinking goblin. For example, for the We Be Goblins game, the collection of stuff for the goblins was a lot of stuff. Collection of useful stuff was very minimal. So one of them had a pirate patch with the eye hole cut out so they could see better. A codpiece, because why not? A halfling bridal dress, and with veil.
I relate very much to the hoarding mentality, because at one point, for absolutely no reason, I carried around an enchanted anchor for a long time that served no purpose.
Yeah.
I just liked having it.
Yeah. So it's you got to think of the wealth as a very different thing. It's not monetary. It's just like, this is fun. Why not have this?
How many?
That didn't roll anything, so I have to re-roll that. There we go. Wow, that's a bad roll.
Yeah. So it wasn't a goblin wedding dress, it was a halfling wedding dress. And so that's in the We Be Goblins. It's in the We Be Goblins 1, 2, and 3, where Retta Big Bag has that. But when you play We Be 4 Goblins, which is the prequel, they actually raid the halfling wedding, and that's how she gets it. And it's how they get like the other stuff as well, like that they start with in the other games.
They just, they remind me of the movie Gremlins, just straight up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally chaotic.
Might have to go with a mohawk now.
But yeah, absolutely totally chaotic. That should be, yeah. That's kind of how crazy and silly and stupid they are.
Yeah.
Awful neutral, you say. Done.
And Chris, how do you feel like being the straight man with this group of gremlins?
The crazier they are, the more fun it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I just like told them to get in line and they all did it, that would be boring. All right. I should be able to drag and drop equipment, I think.
Yeah. And Nik, I'm watching you fill out your sheet with just putting everything as buffs.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm putting all the racial skills as buffs so that I don't get them confused with like other actual buffs.
That may actually
because there's a miscellaneous column in the skills and all that. So.
I'm trying to figure out how to put the +2 to saving throws against fear. I don't know how I would word that.
So you can't directly do it against fear, but what you would do is you would type +2 to will save, capitalize will save.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Trying to think of what the other stuff from that is. I'm going to have to load up my old Roll20 copies of We Be Goblins. Just trying to think what the other stuff they had, because the list of equipment was just so long. Okay, and I'm not going to ask people to do goblin songs either, so you're safe at least from that.
Except Ursamay.
I might do one anyway. From time to time.
I think in order for Ursamay to use her inspiration, she should have to sing a song.
No inspiration.
Yeah, that's right. I don't want it unless there's a song involved.
Poor bards. They always have to do performances. Wizard characters never have to cast a spell.
I will say, Miss Alante, another Australian streamer who plays in Calgar's role-playing game, who's again another Australian streamer that I've met a few times, good friend. She actually sings as her bard, and so for every session she gets dirty limericks and she revamps them for a D&D style, like fantasy style, and that's her songs.
Yep, that's what I would expect.
I was kind of thinking about looking things like that up.
Yeah.
But I would say that I know there's no inspiration in Pathfinder, but you got to come up with something close to that. If they're singing, that needs rewarding, I think.
Well, the last person that sung on stream got a donation for them to get to get an extra dice.
Let's see.
So,
It's so sad looking at that -3 on Intimidate. Don't forget that there's a size bonus of -4 to Intimidate for small creatures.
I still took
To
it.
anyone who's thinking about possibly intimidating things.
Yeah, I'll do it. Disguise sounds amazing.
I was going to say probably just leave it up to the largest of the group for intimidation.
No way. Come on.
I'm going to do that thing where I look like a really cute monkey with like big eyes and like adorable features, and then I just go for their throat immediately.
That's all right. I'm going for the nuts. So you go high, I'll go low.
And then someone gets burnt. Oops, that's me.
It sounds like you need to eat, or you ate something bad. Can't tell.
No, I'm trying to find the old We Be Goblins shows, and one of them had play sound or play music on load. And that's what, like, I went into it, and it's like, after looking, then suddenly the sound started. That was before I started using Syrinscape. Which we don't have running in the background just because Ursamay is having issues already with bits and pieces, so don't want to bombard her with sound on top of. Finally, I find one. Must have deleted them all.
Oh, that's why it's not adding anything. That would
All right.
definitely be a reason.
What's a good feat for a druid?
Depends on what you're trying to do as a druid. Are you going for a wild shape build? Because there's like 15 different wild shape feats.
Oh my gosh! Don't tell me that.
There's one called Natural Spell, but I don't think you can take it until you actually have wild shape. But you'll want it.
Yeah,
once you
I think you have to be like 3rd or 6th level to take Natural Spell.
I think it's 6th.
Okay.
I'm looking it up. Natural Spell. Oh no, you just need the wild shape class feature and a wisdom of 13.
You don't get that until level 5 or something with Druid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in chat there, that's from one of the characters in the We Be Goblins.
False teeth.
Yeah. I like the next one, which has got which is the thief, cowbell worn on with as a thief. Yeah. So bug cages and child stole with the eyes taken out. Just
yeah.
Just hoarding weird stuff is the. I think Mogmoch had the best.
Let's just pick a feat. What could go wrong? Dodge.
Dodge is a decent feat if you're looking to go down the spring attack line, which is fun. Not gonna lie, especially when you can get speed boosts from wild shape. But a lot of creatures get spring attack or pounce as extraordinary abilities anyway.
Oh
At least a lot of offensive ones like lions and stuff. So you might not need that feat. So it might be better to take something like let's see, what's a good level 1 feat?
Or you can go down the
combat
summoning.
reflexes.
Or you can go down the summoning side and do the augment summoning.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. +2 strength and +2 con.
And to get augment summons, you have to have focus conjuration. So you would take the focus conjuration feat at 1st level.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh
But it means pretty much your go-to spell is going to be, oh crap, there's people there. Here, fight my bears first before you get to me. And
I
augment summon,
actually
then just
like that.
yeah.
I could summon all my rats.
Yeah. but the summoning also just makes everything you summon tougher for the enemy to get through.
For those new to the system, with Pathfinder skills, you do not have a skill maximum of your level +3. You have a skill maximum of your level, but you get a +3 innate bonus to any class skills that you have at least one rank in.
So it's better to generally have one in each, at least initially, because then you get that +3 on top of all those.
Yeah, so it's essentially like putting 4 points into everything if you just put like 1 point into all your class skills.
Yeah.
Ah.
Is there any rogues in the group?
As an
I think I'm the closest
as an alchemist,
gunslinger,
I can do disable device,
Okay.
and I have tools.
Okay.
I have really good stealth, and sleight of hand.
So between
I
the
have a
two of us,
+17
will we make one rogue?
Do you want to know what my total stealth bonus is?
How is it? 15?
It's +17.
Wow. For a first level character.
Yeah, being a goblin, you automatically get a +8 because it's small and stealthy. So
Purify
Yeah.
food and water.
And well, actually, on top of that, no, being a goblin, you automatically get +9 because you also get +2 to Dex, which is another plus to that.
yes, yeah. No, it's +4 Dex for goblins, so that's a +10 to start off with. Yeah,
Straight off the bat.
just for the average goblin, they get a +10 stealth.
Which is why they sing all the time.
Yeah, because they have to give away their position somehow. Oh, I forgot gunslingers get bonus feats later. That's fine.
So what's the gunslinger's main weapon of choice?
A pistol.
Okay.
I went with the standard pistol because I'm gonna. My plan is to be just to ride around on the wolf that I get later. Well, I think I can start off with a wolf. It's just technically not an animal companion yet. It's just a trained animal.
Yep.
I just have to go look at the price of that now.
Well,
I don't know if wolves will be for sale. Though,
Let's see.
I love that shop.
the wolf shop.
well, there's a horse shop in town. And well, one of the things you know about the horse shop in town is that, like you don't know much about what's in town, but the few things you do know is the horse shop in town has goblin ears nailed around the doors of the stables. So pretty anti-goblin. Like pretty extreme anti-goblin at that. There's also, you know that most of the town, almost all of the town are longshanks, which are humans. There's not very many pointy ears, the elves. There's one, well, would you call it cousin? There's one orc or half orc in town, and he's the one that throws the trash over the cliff.
I found it. Wolves are 100 gold. They
100
are
gold.
listed.
Good luck.
I have 150 starting wealth, so
How much is your pistol though?
free because the
that's
gunslinger
right.
class gets one for
Yes.
free.
Yes.
Yeah, so I get to start off with a wolf too. 100 out of my 150. Totally worth it. Oh, I still have a skill rank left. I'll put that in perception. Why not? Wait, no, wrong. That is completely wrong. Profession bounty hunter, obviously.
And are you going to have your bounty hunter badge?
Yes, I'll have a bounty hunter badge. It is actually, that's a good point. I'm going to change the exile thing to that other racial or that other campaign trait, I think. Or wait, I can just get 2 campaign traits.
Yes,
Right.
you can.
There's one on favored son daughter called Town Sheriff. I was going to change that to registered bounty hunter, and basically as a way to allow me to interact with humans without getting shot right off the bat, if the need arises.
Okay. I will say this, that that's not going to be right up front, but we'll have it up front and we'll work it in story-wise. But yeah, the first time the people in the town, they may come after, like they may just go goblin, but you'll find out why when we do start it. Yeah, but
Right,
totally,
I don't mean necessarily, maybe not
It's,
necessarily the people of this town, but like
others. Yes.
yeah.
Because I noticed that this town has been having trouble with goblins. It was mentioned in the campaign background.
The town is very anti-goblin, which is the other reason why, hey, why not do goblins as a start point?
So that allows me a plus. It allows me a one-time bonus, as in once per person per lifetime, I guess. The bonus diplomacy or intimidate.
Yeah. Until they actually get to know you, and then they know you, it's bad.
Oh, I think Ursamay's trying to say something again. I just noticed
You better type it out if you can hear us. I have bought soap so that if I catch one of these little goblins, I'll fix them good. If they misbehave, I might not be as benevolent as Castle was.
Soap and a wire brush.
Yeah, I need a brush. Do they have brushes?
So
my second campaign trait will be
listed, so I'm going to assume that he's got like a piece of trash brush.
Yeah.
It's kind of half the bristles. It's good enough for a goblin.
Yeah. Well, wasn't saying anything. Your chair was squeaking. Okay. Well, I was just thinking, forgers need wire brushes to scrape off the scales. Surely it's the same for goblins.
Speak with animals. What spells will I pick? Summon minor ally. Summon nature's ally. What does that do?
summon nature's ally brings an animal out of the woods or somewhere nearby to help you. It's kind of like summon creature, except it has to be setting appropriate.
So if you're on a beach, it could be a crab, or it could be a fish.
Or it could be a giant crab. There's a CR1 gigantic crab that is absolutely devastating.
But what I mean is, it could be from both elements. If you're on a beach, it could be from the water, it could be from the land. If you're in the forest, it's only going to be from a forest. If you're in a city, it's probably going to be like a stray animal or like setting appropriate.
Yeah, what would come out of the garbage pit? That's what I want to know.
Rats.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe just by sheer coincidence, there's a carnival in town, and you managed to summon an elephant.
Well, we do start with the festival. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Actually, what I was thinking of doing for the start is, because it's got stuff to do with the festival at the start, and there's no way the group's going to be involved in the festival games, because that's just not going to happen. Don't look at me like
we can't
that.
Sabotage it. We can't sneak in and play games or steal things from it. I believe there are many snacks in there.
What I was thinking of doing is they've got all the pre-mades, like the signature characters from Pathfinder. What I was thinking of doing is have like each of you like have the one that matches up, I think, to each of your classes, and then have them killed off as your real characters come through as the real ones. What do you think?
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. You were gonna have us matched up to what now?
So all the signature Pathfinder classes or Pathfinder characters are in here. I was thinking of having you start in the festival as those signature characters, and then as events of like do your like strength checks, also do your tug of war competitions and all the like the stuff that goes to with the festival. But when shit hits the fan, have all those characters killed off and have the real characters come through as the saviors.
Why not?
I think I got what you're saying.
Yeah. Because there's stuff here that your goblins won't be able to participate in the festival. But at least this way we can play through that, hey, it's a big festival going on, and have you playing in there, but then having those characters, because they're human or whatnot, just killed off. Because there's the original Lem Bard, Lenny Druid, like they're all there. There's no alchemist, sorry, and there's no gunslinger, but there's a paladin. Yeah, I know. Spoilers, sorry. It's one of my campaigns. Shit's going to hit the fan pretty quickly. The first thing I was like, the first campaign I ever ran was a box campaign, and I'm pretty sure it had something about the fastest way to get a party together and get a party to unite and to get that dynamic started is to throw an encounter at them as early as possible. And so I've kind of kept that style through every campaign, and it's a good way of just seeing where all the characters fit. And for shows like the Rusty Daggers, it actually changed people's ideas on what my character is going to be, because Kadan was supposed to be the happy-go-lucky guy, and Will, who plays Kadan, was like, yeah, nah, everyone's screwed if I'm also that. We need someone sensible to stop these children. And so that's kind of how that worked. Well, when I say stop these children, I mean stop the other characters from killing children. Because that was about to happen.
Yeah. I think there's only been one character in my past that's actually killed a child on purpose. I'm not going to mention the number that I've done it on accident. I do happen to enjoy explosions a lot.
Yeah, Niles Reckless Dreamer is an awesome spell.
What is?
Niles Reckless Dreamer.
I have not heard of that. I need to look it up.
Trent, you would have heard of that one.
Sorry, I'm reading.
You're reading.
Yeah.
Niles
I'm
Reckless
like,
Dreamer.
okay, I better read how the alchemist works if I'm going to make one.
Yes.
And there's a lot.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. I was just saying, Niles Reckless Dreamer was an awesome spell.
Niles Reckless Dreamer. I don't remember that one.
The caster tries to form raw, chaotic, wild magic into a form he knows. The caster can try to use Niles Reckless Dwemer to cast any spell he knows. To successfully cast the desired spell, he has to roll less than the surge border. And surge border is equal to 11 plus the spell slot used. If he fails, he results in a wild surge.
Yep. It's essentially the, oh shit, and just throw something at the enemy.
Yeah, it's the it's Mage's Recall, but for the unprepared person.
Yeah. Is that the 5th edition version? Or is that...
No, that's the 3.5 version, my bad.
The 2nd edition was even worse, where it just gave you a 10% chance I think it was maybe 10 or 12 or 15% chance of actually getting the effect that you want. But like otherwise, it's a guaranteed wild surge. And actually, I think it may even be 5% chance of getting what you want, and otherwise, it's a guaranteed wild surge. But in second edition, wild mages could control chaos.
In 5th edition, it's apparently in 5th edition, it's apparently a guaranteed wild surge.
Yeah.
You just can make the wild surge less bad the higher spell slot you use when you cast Reckless Glimmer.
Oh, I like how they've done that. I didn't expect them to do something that creative. Awesome.
Now, where do the spells go? Be the next question.
Where do spells go?
Oh, spells. That's a very good question.
Since I think every single person here is going to have them.
I am not.
I got my spells. It's in the spell tab.
You have a spell tab? Okay, I don't have a spell tab.
Oh, go to configuration, and where it says classes, you'll see your class. On the very far right, there's a little box that says SC. You have to tick that, and it'll give you a spells tab, because that marks you a spellcaster.
That did it. Thank you.
Yeah. Because we're inputting your character from scratch, which just makes it so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah, if I had just chosen something else, I could have used the character mancer.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have to, same. I can't use I wasn't planning on using the character mancer. I'm not, for some reason, they never liked me. They always put things in wrong. But where did my gunslinger tab go? It is on the, nope, that's not it. Well, that's it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now I get a number of deeds, but I don't know.
And Zero, you say you're a fan of action starts instead of taverns. Apparently you haven't played Waterdeep Dragon Heist, because that starts with the tavern brawl, so...
Oh, okay. So I get all the deeds of my level. Gotcha. I haven't played a gunslinger in a while, so...
Or even a bounty hunter, maybe.
I think there actually is a bounty hunter class or archetype.
It could be. There's so much stuff here. That's why I'm kind of trying to go, look, there's too much. Let's try and bring it in a little bit, at least initially. I know there's subclass.
Oh, it's a class all its own. Oh, it's a Slayer archetype, not a gunslinger. That makes sense.
Yeah. I know we can like move into different things later as we get further, but yeah. Adhesive spittle?
Yep. It says once during the spell's duration, you can spit a viscous liquid as a standard action. This liquid functions as a tanglefoot bag, so you do not have to make it a successful attack roll to hit your target.
Is that one of the alchemist spells?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that one.
Love it. Yeah. Love it. God,
yeah, that one jumped out at me right away. So I'll just cut it.
Tavern brawls are great, Zero, until people draw weapons and people get killed. Usually when I do GMing, it's like tavern brawls are okay until someone draws a weapon. Then that's when the guard comes in. Well, at least that's when the guard's called. That's worse if the tavern is populated by guards, knowing the Saltmarsh game. But that's an awesome spell. It's so wrong.
Oh, Karsh, at third level, as long as I have one grit point, I don't even have to spend it. As long as I have it, I get another +2 initiative.
So what would be your initiative now?
At that point, because I'm going to take improved initiative at third, it's going to be a +13.
Wow, that's a I go first button.
So I could roll a 5 and still have a chance to beat most of the party.
So usually in tavern brawls, having like bottles and chairs and things as weapons is okay, but it's drawing the blades and or using magic is also the big no. The other thing about magic, seeing we've got a few spellcasters, I'm considering like going the whole not having to. Well, we don't have any sources, which is good. Like I'm considering the whole not having to. What is it called? Not having to prepare spells, so you have access to all of your spells all the time. Just to make it easier, so you don't have to go, oh, I wish I had that spell. I would usually prepare it, but today I prepared something else. It just leaves it a bit more free-spirited and free and like easier to access things because you do have it, and it's just annoying if you don't like have that access to it.
Having to deal with spells per day and prepared spells is the reason that I almost never play standard spellcasters in D&D or Pathfinder systems.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could do it so that's not preparable, like you don't have to prepare at all, or you have to do a roll to cast a non-prepared spell. Just to open that up, but still keep some restrictions. So if you've got a prepared spell, great, that's your ones you're going to cast without any issue. But if you don't have a spell prepared, say like difficulty 20, for like, which is going to be hard initially for some classes at least, religious for like the priest to cast like a non-prepared spell. Does that make sense? Like, which one would you prefer? Would you prefer like having to roll to cast non-prepares, or just like not having prepares at all?
Let's either play by the rules or not have prepared. Let's skip the additional rolls. So, one or the other.
Let's just have it totally open then.
Okay.
The really only conflict comes in against sources which don't have to prepare anyway, but we don't have them, so works.
Talking about spells, how would I make this adjustment with the Missionary Outlander? I pick 3 spells and am particularly adept at them. They function at a +1 caster level, and if they have save DCs, it's a +1 bonus. How would where do I make those changes? I don't know what +1 caster level.
It affects any effect that is based on the caster level, such as saying like a fireball gets 1d6 per caster level, would be increased by 1. So there's not really a way to note that on the sheet. You would just have to keep in mind that anytime you cast those 3 spells, you get an extra die or whatever to them.
Or you could write it on the spell itself.
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
So if you,
but like mechanically on the sheet, I don't think there's any way to do that. That's all I'll say.
Well, I know for the fifth ed D&D, you can just edit the spell to have a different dice. That's how I would. if you can do something similar. Vision of Madness. That's what you've got open now. So is the duration per spell level, or is it that really doesn't have a per spell level?
Yeah, I'm like looking through all my spells, trying to figure out what does what.
So something like a magic missile would be an easy one to do. Cure Wounds would have a per spell level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says here, effect, heal 1d6 plus at caster level. What we would say is probably heal 1d6 plus caster level plus 1.
What?
Well, the effect of Cure Wounds is heal, close bracket, 1d6 plus at caster level 1 dash level, close bracket, hard bracket, hope, hard bracket. So you'd say plus 1 to the caster level.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
So yeah, so you'd put you may need to put parentheses around the 1 over level before you put the plus 1 in there so that it doesn't accidentally do 1 over level plus 1 as one formula like that.
So I'm going to take a photo so I can know exactly what it is now before I edit it, which is kind of so we don't lose it. But I'm going to try to experiment and do it on your sheet, Nick. Sorry about that. So we're going to write in exactly what it is here. What's going on here? Are you editing as well, are you?
I'm reading it. Yeah, I copy and paste what it had in the description in parentheses. Because the effect didn't actually have anything written in it.
Okay, because I was starting to write it out.
Oh. I just copied and pasted the thing that was in there.
Okay.
Because it has it written out in the description.
So 1d8 plus caster level. Let's see if it works. Ursamay's here. She's rolling.
Hey, it did work. That's 2d8.
Did it work?
It looks like it rolled 2d8 to me.
Rolling DC 12, effect 3.
Hey, that's correct too, because the DC would normally be 11, because it's just 10 plus spell level.
It works. Awesome. Yay. Ursamay, that's really, really low wealth.
Yeah, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you're going to have so many skills.
Way, who was looking at the who was looking at the Goblin Alchemist again?
Trent.
Yeah.
I found an alchemist found an archetype of alchemist specifically for goblins called Fire Bomber. Might be what you're looking for.
No, I'm not a goblin. I'm a hobgoblin.
Oh, my bad. I forgot that you were going to be the Hobgoblin Alchemist. That's right. Yeah. Whoops. Oh well.
No worries.
I've got to reply.
I did find a perfect tweet for you though.
Yeah.
Lead from the back.
Ooh, that does sound pretty good.
During any round in which you gain the benefit of cover or concealment, or you are not threatened by any opponent, you can bark orders or encouragement to your allies as a standard action, granting them all.
I'm taking it. That's my feat. Lead from the back. I'll find it.
It grants all allies the +1 bonus on damage for 1 round.
Yeah, whatever it does doesn't matter. I'm taking that. That is perfect.
You don't care about the bonuses. Just the thematics is like, yes, that's me.
Oh yeah, it's exactly how I envisioned it.
Oh, and the flavor text is great. Your allies depend far too much on your leadership and encouraging words for you to actually put yourself in harm's way. Well, that may not be the case. I'm sure that's your character's thinking.
Yep.
Well, why am I thinking like when you do that, you have like the riding crop under your arm, and the hat on the other arm,
and the soap in the other one. Don't you make me! Don't you make me!
Yes. I'm just thinking World War One, with the British generals of leading from the back lines. Like
well, my original thought for this, the original inspiration for the character idea was I was watching that scene in Rome where they're at the battle and he's got the whistle, and you know he's like whoo, and they all like switch. And I'm like, yeah, that's a hobgoblin.
Yep.
And it won't work so well surrounded by goblins, and he'll be very frustrated because it used to work so well.
And you're trying to train them, are you?
He'll get there. No, he won't. But
No, he won't. No, I don't think it's going to be here. Okay, I'm going to go for a quick bio break, so I'm going to be right back, guys. Do you want to take a break for everybody?
Yeah, it's about the 2-hour mark. We started at 6:30. Or 9:30, 10:30 for you. It's now 12:30. Yeah. So, how long would these breaks be?
So anything between 5-10 minutes. They most likely go 15 minutes. So we'll be right back, everybody that's watching. Zero, stick around as well. Yeah, this is a really scary party. It's going to be weird. It's going to be really weird. So yeah, we're going to go to our break screen. Stick around. We'll go back to our Goblin song. I'll have to load it up first, though, while on break, because I've actually just... There we go. Come on, Syrinscape, load. It's strange not having it loaded up and just playing music all the time. But I just don't want to bombard Ursamay's audio coming through, taking up bandwidth.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Since this is session 0, would you be okay with me taking maybe 15, maybe a little bit more to run to the dollar store and get a snack real quick? I wouldn't do this during like actual sessions or anything, but since it's just session 0, I didn't. Yeah. And normally I plan to be more prepared. I just I had forgotten that we were doing session 0 today up until like last night.
No problem.
And then I was reading through and I was like, oh right, I have a game tomorrow.
No problem.
Yeah.
So we'll just put the Goblin song on.
I'll be back in a little bit.
There we go. Okay, we're coming back in. So here we are. Yes, hi everybody. We're just going through learning the systems and getting used to bits and pieces like this because it's kind of weird. Because this is a more complex version of 5th edition, and 5th edition is the more common game that we're all more familiar with. So Ari's just headed off to get some food because, well, food's important. So we're just going to go... Oh. No, we're not going to do that, are we? Damn. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. So yeah, it's more beneficial. We were just saying offline that it's more beneficial in Pathfinder to have 1 point in a class skill than to have like 3 points in a non-class skill. Non-class skills, they go up by half, and a class skill, just by having 1 point in it, yep, 3 extras for free. So it's really, really useful.
Right, so I'm okay at survival, perception, knowledge, nature, and I'm less crappy at handle animal.
Yeah.
To a 1.
I think it's actually right that you get your +4 to as a goblin. You'll get a +4 to your ride.
Okay. Should have been a dummy.
We ride and stealth checks, you get +40.
That's good. Hopefully I'll ride my raccoon or my rat swoop.
You're going to ride your rats.
Yeah, I'll surf them.
Okay. I'm just going to add some buffs in to be your...
I'm sure that'll work out.
So +4 to...
Ooh, things ahead.
Nik, when you did the stuff as buffs for your racial traits, did that automatically key in, or did you have to edit things yourself?
For racial traits, I had to put it in buffs, and I checked them.
Howdy.
Oh, welcome
Sorry
back.
about
That was quick. I'm just trying to figure out how to get it working.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, is it stealth bonus?
+4 racial bonus on ride and stealth checks.
Oh.
If that works. Have I spelled it right? Nope, it's not going to work. Oh well.
Can I just manually add it?
I'm just going to manually put it in. There you go.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
And your ride's also going to get that one too. We'll figure out around it. Some of the sheets have done it better than others, so I've copied the ones that have done it really better, and then... Yeah, pretty much.
Sorry about that. My turns out the computer charger for my phone is not fast enough to keep up with the power drain from Zoom, so I had to switch it to a shorter power cord, which doesn't have quite as good as a vantage angle now. So this is interesting.
Yeah, that's. I knew it does that happens. I've had people have that issue. That's why I said make sure you can charge it.
Yeah, it was charging. It was just on the cord was only attached to my computer rather than an actual power block.
Yep.
So it wasn't charging quite fast enough to keep up with Zoom.
That's why I've got a USB hub which has direct current and then from that it also hooks up to the computer. So I can have fast recharge, two proper fast recharges which are not connected to the computer. Then I got something like 10 or 15 USB 3s in there. I know that sounds a lot, but I actually use them scarily. So yeah. And guidance isn't the same as the guidance in 5th edition.
Yeah, no, I see that. But
yeah, no, guidance sucks in Pathfinder compared to 5th edition. That's one thing that they did actually buff between the editions.
Is it a competence bonus?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only +1 competence. It's.
I have no context for that. Is that
okay? So
good?
+1 is a negligible amount unless you're, except for levels 1 through 3. Yeah. But anything past that, you're already going to be rolling +14 or +15 to anything you're good at. So +1 isn't going to make a huge amount of difference.
Ah, right. Okay.
So imagine giving +1 to stealth when someone's got already 17 stealth.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay, so
it's kind of negligible really because the numbers in Pathfinder are going to be so much higher. You're going to be getting 25 in some stats at some point from bonuses or from whatever's. So
yeah, at level 4, I'm already going to be at 22 in Dex.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll pick something else. I've got Mending and Spark as well.
Mending's an annoying. just from having lucky in the last show. Oh, everything's okay. No, it was merely a scratch. No, it didn't break as badly as you think. Look, it's brand new.
He fixes.
Oh, Mending and Pathfinder takes 10 minutes to cast. It's.
I think Mending and taking 10 minutes is a bit better. But just polishing out or buffering out the scratches.
It's not like it's really not the same as a lot of the cantrips are much less powerful in Pathfinder than 5th edition because not near as many classes are cantrips based.
Yeah.
You'll try detect magic.
So jank dog bite.
Yeah, because jank is, I don't know if you know what jank or janky is, but it's a Magic the Gathering term for a kind of a weird idea that might work 10% of the time to win you a game. And jank gives me that feeling. He works
10% of the time.
10% of the time, all the time.
Okay, I can see that.
That's funny because I built a deck that was almost by definition janky.
Yeah.
I'll get into that later.
Yeah.
Don't want to interrupt streaming.
Jank dog bite, jabber snatch, boom boom. Red banner flanks hoplite for red. In brackets red. We still haven't got Ursamay with one. I'm guessing so because that's not
yeah, no. Yeah.
That's okay.
Here, I heard it. Her character's name was I think it involves a lot of apostrophes.
Produce flame, 3 damage, yay!
That's how I roll. Extra low. So DCs, I know how to work out a DC in 5th edition. So in Pathfinder, because you don't have a
10
proficient,
plus spell level plus casting stat.
so 10 plus spell level plus casting stat. Ooh,
Yep, cantrips are counted as level 0. So
okay. Okay, so I have a +1 in my casting stat.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you may want to put your wisdom up a little bit higher.
That's as high as I get. 13 was my best roll.
Yeah. Remember, you 46. That's what you get.
Yeah.
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 I thought you had a 15, but I may have been wrong.
No,
no.
he rolled crappy.
Yeah.
There were some other bad ones in there, but
well, can't see that.
yeah, 13 is your highest. Yeah, there it is.
Actually, Druid is the perfect class for poor ability scores because when you do your summoning, it won't be affected by your ability score at all.
Oh, right. That is very good to know.
And if you have augmenting summoning, they're even more powerful.
Yeah.
Technically, the best class to take with poor stats is Rogue because they rely on mostly skills anyway, and they get skill points out the ass regardless of their actual stats.
But a rogue still needs to function in combat.
Not necessarily.
Stats to do it. Well,
actually, a lot of rogues can. Rogue is technically the most successful class statistics-wise in Pathfinder, simply because of the fact that they get enough skills, they can bypass combat 95% of the time. They don't even need competent stats.
I will say I used to like the intelligent rogue. Just to get more skills. Total skill monkey.
Yeah. I once had a rogue with a +6 intelligence bonus, and I chose it as favorite class. So I was getting 15 skill ranks per level. After a certain point, it was just like, can you? Yes.
Yeah, they need more int-based classes or subclasses where it matters in 5e. I do agree. I like the... I'll still like the int-based of characters in 5e, but it doesn't do as much. I think 5e, like 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, lacks a lot of that style, when in 3rd edition 3.5 and Pathfinder, which is the same thing, it does have that ability to play an intelligent-based character and like just the skill monkey-based character. I think the Bard's probably the closest in Dungeons & Dragons as the skill monkey these days.
In the design phase of 5th edition, they had actually put both wizards and warlocks as intelligence-based, but they decided to switch warlock to charisma based because it was more
historically they've always been charisma,
because they had been charisma based in previous editions, but the original plan was to have them intelligence based, and so you were going to have warlock, wizard as the intelligence casters, and then you were going to have bard, sorcerer as the charisma casters.
Okay.
And it is a very common house rule to have warlocks intelligence based.
Why though?
Just to even it out, give some multi-classing options, I guess.
And because you've then got druids and clerics with wisdom base, And you got 2 of each.
Yep. Yeah, I guess for balance as well.
Oh, you mean for 5th edition to
Yes.
rebalance?
Oh, yeah.
To say Warlock. I thought you meant like 3.5 edition. They changed Warlocks to Int, and I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever.
No,
Not even lore wise.
So, Trent, it's almost as if you've written a guide about such things.
Yeah. You know, it's so weird because I wrote like 10 guides for Pathfinder. It's what I'm known for more than anything else. And I don't remember anything. I'm going through this like, I know I played this. I spent thousands of hours studying these rules.
Did you write a druid guide?
I wrote 3 druid guides. They're still around. If you Google TreantMonk's guides to Druid's Pathfinder, they'll still be around. And I had a guide for specifically focusing on wild shape. So you might want to check that out.
I will now.
It was well researched at the time. I don't remember it, but it was well researched at the time.
I trust.
I had I wrote a 3.5 guide for the Warlock class, and I found a loophole with the Lich and a specific archetype of Warlock called the Hellfire Warlock. Now, see, normally they wouldn't be compatible because the Hellfire Warlock's abilities are all reliant on burning your own constitution to fuel them. However, there's a thing in Lich. Lich specifically says you do not have a constitution score. Your hit points are rolled via charisma, etc., etc. However, there's one thing. It does not say you cannot have a constitution score, only that you lose whatever you already have. See, technically, if you get a Ring of Con +6 as a Lich, you can have a 6 Constitution score. It just doesn't do anything aside from giving you points of Constitution that you can then burn for the Hellfire Warlock. Then there's a single level binder vestige that you can take called the Vestige of Niberius, which restores 1 point of ability damage per round. And then the regular Warlock has a blast essence that changes and a blast shape that allows you to change your blast into a 20-foot burst of negative energy. Now, if you combine all of this, each round you can do a 20-foot blast of negative energy infused with extra damage from Hellfire for 1 point of con, which you then regenerate, and this negative energy explosion heals you every time it hits you because you're undead. So if you just keep shooting off these negative energy explosions centered on yourself and just chase your enemies down, you become an invincible negative energy explosion mage. And it's kind of ridiculous.
3.5 was terrible for loopholes, right? Like this is the edition with pun, right?
Technically, that loophole still exists in Pathfinder, but there's no Warlock class for me to abuse with it. But it still doesn't say that undead cannot have a Constitution score, only that they don't.
So what was those defaults for Nik?
Height and weight. I am 2'11" and I weigh 29 pounds.
You're taller than I am.
Man, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get on that.
I rolled with my actual dice since they didn't really matter, but I'm 2'9". I am on the very smallest end of goblins.
Wow.
And my guy
Hey,
is
look,
the giant.
2'10".
Absolute unit.
2'10" and 28 pounds. You're an inch taller than me, but the same weight.
You could be an obese goblin. I thought that would have been fun. Big sumo goblin.
When I first played D&D, I didn't understand how they were calculating the weight, and I thought you were just multiplying the weight with what you rolled. So I had an elf who was like 300 pounds. I'm like, that doesn't seem right.
That sounds so much fun for character-wise.
There aren't enough fat elves. Come on, give them some love.
There's got to be some fat elves. I mean,
Hey.
It's got to be there. They're the ones shunned from society.
Canon lore, there were a few in Bob's writing in his stories. There were like one or two. There was definitely one in the one Spider Queen books. I don't remember what
I can just imagine the conversation though, like, how did you get fat on a vegan diet?
Beer and chips, easy.
Lots of vegans. I ate lots and lots of vegans.
Trust me, I'm technically on a vegan diet, and I have no problem maintaining my weight. You just eat crap. It just not animal crap. You eat other crap.
I think one of my favorite facets of information from Elder Scrolls lore is that the Wood Elves canonically became so vegan that they became cannibals because they respected the trees too much to eat them. So the only thing left that they could eat that wasn't another creature or a plant was each other. So they became such intense vegans, they became a race of cannibals.
That's next level.
I mean, it is the most populated animal and it is the most destructive, so might as well.
I just remember playing a barbarian that didn't care. He'd have his beef jerky. Sometimes it was goblin, sometimes it was human, other times it was elf.
Can you call it beef jerky if it's not beef?
Well, it was meat. He just wouldn't tell the party members which meat he was eating at which time.
I have jerky. What kind? Jerky. Don't ask.
He was a jerk. That's all that matters.
Well, the problem was that he actually had like claw bite attack, and so when coming up against undead, he refused to attack. He refused to actually fight them. So the biggest, strongest, absolute massive brute in the party would not fight anything undead because he can't bite undead. And he knows that they taste wrong. So that was, essentially anything undead, the party lost their biggest fighter. And that's the fighter which pretty much took on, when the party would take on one side of the battle, he would take on the other by himself. That's how big a fighter compared to the rest of the group was. And then suddenly just losing that just because there was one undead. It's like, really, really is fun to play a character which would just like, no, it's all yours.
How was he against oozes and cubes?
And anything he couldn't eat, wouldn't touch.
Just avoided it.
Yeah. Anything you couldn't eat, you just wouldn't. So it was really fun.
What about plant creatures? You can technically eat. What about plant creatures? You can technically eat them, but they don't taste good.
Gotta have your greens.
I just liked the party was so reliant on the character, but he just no, I'm not fighting now.
Gotta have a big barbarian.
Oh yeah, but the party they did their own things against him. Like he had no concept of money, so his share of all the money went on alcohol, booze, or alcohol, gifts, fancy treats, betting, gambling, everything.
All right, Karsh, I think I am done. If you want to take a look over.
Yep. You can't even open your sheet now. Bugger. That's not good, Ursamay.
Yeah, my bad. I'm pretty sure I'm done too. I didn't know we were supposed to say something.
Oh, telling me kind of helpful. We're
gonna have a profession. I don't know what it's gonna be yet, though. I got options of architect, baker, barista, brewer, butcher, clerk, cook, courtesan, driver, engineer, farmer.
In Pathfinder, those are just suggestions or common archetypes of professions. You can technically be pretty much anything that has an actual job title.
But be a barista.
Like, for example, I'm a bounty hunter, which isn't on that list.
So let's see. Disable device. Crossbows, quarterstaffs. What else have we got? Good knowledge arcana. Yeah, not very good perception, but at least you got points in there.
No. I went with the bad wisdom. I decided to go with that.
You should have another plus to your stealth. So you get +4 for being goblin, plus another 4 for being small.
I'm not small.
You're not. I keep on forgetting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have exactly one. We have one medium-sized character, and no one can remember who it is.
Yeah, I'm 4'5", and I'm the giant.
Yep. Okay. Everything looks fine there. You got your bombs, light crossbows, additional studded leather, thieves' tools, ropes. I love you've got soap. That's a nice one. Yeah.
All right, I forgot to buy additional gear. Give me a second.
Bouncy body is one of your spells. Okay.
That was another one. As soon as I saw the name, I knew it was going to be on my list. Yep. You drink the potion, and then you could like jump off a cliff and you bounce.
Oh man. Ursamay, if you're still having troubles with your stuff, just we'll go through it throughout the week and we'll see if we can help you out. We've still got weeks to go. So the other thing I was going to say is it's going to be about 3 weeks before we can get all the artwork and everything up and running. We're also going to have whole brand new overlays, just like the Saltmarsh group. So that's why I put out like, hey, which ones do you like? What are your suggestions? But I'm probably looking at the 1st of next month as the still penciled in, but like penciled in heavily for a start date. So that's the 1st for the US, 2nd for Kiwi and myself. We're going to be outnumbered, don't worry. Even I've changed my schedule, Kiwi. My schedule's for, I think, East Coast time.
That's fine.
Everyone's here.
I work crazy hours. This is fine.
Yeah. So that's the penciled in stuff. So Ursamay, if you're having trouble now, we've got time to do it. The main thing is just get ideas on paper, so we can then get the other stuff, the character vision out there. So yeah. But everything looks good there, Treant.
Okay.
It looks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be, the big 4'5". Yay.
Yep. The giant. I'm not taking any guff from these little shrimps.
I'm just thinking, like, character art. Do we have, like all the goblins sized, and you just standing behind them, like, with your big, tough, like, your bombs and everything, and then have, like, an actual human behind that. Like, showing up. But to get a scale in, but maybe not. Let's see, who was next of the Ari?
Yeah, I'm still adding in adventuring gear. So, but aside from that, that's all done.
Yeah.
With gear, like, is there like a starting? Do you get started gear?
I'm just getting basic gear. Like, there's an adventuring gear page that lists a bunch of hunting, camping, survival stuff. So I'm getting like a tent, rope, stuff like that.
Like, do you get class gear like in 5th edition?
No, you don't get
no.
assigned.
Okay.
No, you actually have to buy individuals. Where in 5th edition you have like
there are like 3 classes in the entirety of Pathfinder I can think of that actually get gear assigned to them. One of them being the gunslinger, who gets a gun for free.
Nice.
And there's a lot of different classes. We should have minimized down.
I better buy some armor, I guess.
Possibly useful, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You do begin play with clothes. Those don't cost you anything.
Oh, good.
Oh,
No
I bought
naked
those.
goblins.
I'm selling them.
Yeah, you do get a set of clothes for free. So
All right. I'm
Return policy.
taking care of that right away.
Looking at your guide, it's really well laid out.
Thank you. I had a lot of practice. I kind of began the modern guide.
Nice.
And now you've taken it to the online with the spoken word.
Yep.
So if you ever need, especially for the not just for, but especially for the wizards and the spellcasters, check out TreantMonk's Temple. Does guides as well for there.
Ooh, I play a wizard in my home game.
Wizards are my specialty. Yeah. Always have been.
Not monks.
No, I actually dislike monks.
my favorite class, or my favorite martial class, is a brawler.
I don't play enough things that hit face. I need to do that.
So I'm trying to do some stuff on Boom Boom to have a look how you've done the buffs. That's all.
Oh, my bad. I technically get 7 skill ranks per level because I'm going to take the +1 skill rank for favorite class bonus.
There you go.
Oh, another thing, for those of you new to the system, in Pathfinder, you get a favored class. You can only have one of them, unless you're a human. But your favored class, you get either +1 skill rank or +1 hit point per level for every level in that class. And some of them have alternate favored class bonuses depending on your race.
Yeah, I have a really nice one for Alchemist. I get every other level, I get an additional bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think me and my pet get a HP bonus. Oh, do I need a sheet for my pet?
Probably I'll have to do that.
That's all right. I'll try and finish this one first before I have to handle a second one.
What's the pet going to be?
His pet. My bad.
Yeah, the raccoon.
Yeah. Like a raccoon, giant raccoon. Or a swarm of rats. But I think that would be a bit weird.
So what would be
I'm
a
not sure
giant
there
raccoon?
is a raccoon stat block, but there is a badger.
Badger, yes, I was thinking. Which are pretty ferocious, though.
Oh, there is a raccoon. Oh.
Cool.
I found the raccoon. And I'm posting it in the Goblins chat. They have a wisdom of 16. If you got a raccoon, it would be the most wise person in our party.
It will be wiser than the druid.
Yes.
The raccoon would have the greatest common sense out of all of us.
Well, don't they like clean their food and things like that? I figured the raccoon would be face palming a lot watching us. Oh, I won't be able to ride it. I wanted to ride my war raccoon. Oh.
Take a look. It might.
We'll see if there's a dire
bigger.
raccoon.
Quite often they'll get a larger size at 4th or 7th level.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Druid animal companions do increase in size, but there is also a dire raccoon. Funny enough.
A dire
It's
raccoon.
only small size though, so it's only small size, but it would increase to medium with just one enlarged animal, animal growth, or just one size increase from being a companion.
I will check out the dire
Also,
raccoon.
dire raccoon is technically third party, but it looks just like a normal raccoon with +2 to its stats. So
Yeah.
And it gives you +3 sleight of
It's got
hand
it.
checks if it was a familiar.
Yeah.
it's got a total of 13 extra hit points, 4 more points of AC, and a like +3 to its saves. That's basically the only difference I can really see between. Oh, and a +1 attack. That's the only difference I can see between the regular raccoon and the dagger, in terms of actual like combat abilities.
How do you know if it grows?
It's a where for what?
They grow in size, don't they? I heard, like at 40.
Oh yeah. It's dependent on the animal companion advancement. So
Okay.
at let's see.
What's your raccoon's name?
Oh my gosh, that is a good question.
Yeah, you got to. What would your goblin call your raccoon?
Yeah, just
Or name your raccoon?
Bitey.
Bitey?
Yeah, that's all I can think of.
How about some like bandit or you know,
Ooh.
rascal, something like that?
Yeah. Just trying to think. What would a basic goblin?
Furry thief. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of what a goblin would call a raccoon. Furry thief.
I thought this. I was just thinking bitey because he probably bites him.
I had a goblin who had a goblin dog companion, and they named him Scratchy because of the rash that people get when they touch goblin dogs.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought about doing a goblin dog, but then I thought, what would live at the junkyard, at the junk beach? Raccoons and possums and things like that.
Yeah. Well, the goblin beach is essentially, or the junkyard beach is essentially like where feral animals would be, and goblin dogs are pretty much a feral version of a dog.
That are technically rodents.
Yeah, it's a large rat, which is, looks more similar to a dog, but it still is a large rat.
Also, it does not list an advancement for the dire raccoon or the regular raccoon. So as far as size increases, that would be up to the GM at what HD it would increase in size if it did.
Maybe I'll just reskin something, just so it's...
Yeah, that's usually your best bet. Just take something from... let me...
No, the animal companion already has like a plotted, like it already has its own class table for its stat increases and stuff. It's just up to the GM at which hit die it'll increase in size. Normally an animal will increase in size as it gains hit dice. And so say like like a dragon will increase from a normal dragon to an adult dragon at like 12 hit dice or whatever. That comes with a size increase. Other animals have the same thing, but not everything has the listed advancement. So at that point, it becomes up to GM at what hit dice it's going to increase in size, if at all.
Right in the main book, there's a druid option for badger that would work well for raccoon, and it becomes medium size at 4th level.
Yeah.
Starts at small and then medium at 4th.
See, that's good. That works.
I think that would be a really good fit for you, and then you could use the compendium, right?
Yeah.
And then we're just going right off the basic rules. Because badger, yeah, and it even says in brackets Wolverine, so it's like more than one thing anyway.
Yeah, the raccoon's there as well. Like it's actually here in the compendium, my compendium list.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have it. Must not be in the main book.
No, as in the compendium that I've got in Roll20, I typed in raccoon when I finally learned how to spell it properly. It came up. I was just like, and I've actually got it as your resources too. I can open it up to
Did
everybody.
you just get it as like animal stats or as a druid class feature? Because the druid class feature works differently.
I was looking at the druid class feature.
Yeah, they're not. It works entirely differently.
I just found the animal.
Yeah, you got to use it as the druid class feature. So I really think Badger would
Badger.
work best. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like it.
Oh, and if you want to call him Bitey, he has a rage. Rage is barbarian 6 rounds a day.
Yeah. That is amazing. I can just see it being sick.
Oh, God,
It's got its trash, and you're like, "Give me the trash." It's like, ah.
A little feral thing.
RC is for the raccoon's nickname.
Yeah. Ah. Nice.
Ursamay, with all your pets, I thought you'd be able to make a really great name for a raccoon.
That was just the name of the raccoon my dad took care of.
Was RC short for something?
Raccoon.
Just raccoon.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
That's what I was thinking.
Joy.
I got
But
that
then
one.
Then you need to know how to spell raccoon, and that's not good.
Yeah, so
A couple times.
Like, I know a bit about them because of that. They'll clean their food religiously and steal shit. Just, they have to constantly move the couch and they just find things. Keys, coins, pens.
So handy.
Just hidden behind the couch.
It's going to be great at the junkyard.
Sounds like my goblin, actually.
Yeah.
He's constantly getting to things he shouldn't be, constantly finding things he shouldn't. Can't hide a thing.
raccoons
The only thing he wouldn't clean for his food was cheese. Like, if you dropped a piece of cheese, that's if you didn't go for that cheese. He'd just grab that up and eat it right then and there. He wouldn't bother washing it.
It's amazing. All right. Bitey and love cheese. That'll be
Bitey who loves cheese.
all right. I can't change his name. Okay.
So I'll figure a way of getting a badger token for you.
No worries. I'm still trying to work out a list of equipment. So I can wear leather armor.
Ideally, it'd be a raccoon token.
Well, that's a bit harder to do. But I'll find a raccoon token, or I'll find one way of doing it. Because how I've done it previously is essentially you'll have a second character sheet with the animal and a second token with the animal where you can move around, which will be the same for the goblin dogs as well. Like, you'll be able to move them around separately and have have your own stats and everything there. I'm less familiar with the Pathfinder version of things, so it'll be a figure out. Okay. How you going, Nik?
Trying to balance my equipment with how much weight I can actually carry.
That's what I was doing too. Yeah. I bet worse for you. I bet because you start with the 20-foot move. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, my strength is a 9. I can carry 22 pounds of equipment.
Oh, wow.
Oh, guys, don't forget, all of your equipment weight and all of the adventuring gear weight is halved for small creatures. Unless it's a specific thing like 50 foot of rope or something like that. But if it's like it's like this tent or whatever, unless it lists the size, then it's then it's half weight because you're small.
Well, thank Jeebus because I've got a 6 strength.
Yeah, I got a 7 strength.
8.
Oh, you
11.
are a unit. Oh, wow. Double figures.
Wow, so between me and the hobgoblin, we're the strongest in the party with a 9 and 11.
Except
I also have a 3 charisma.
Oh man, we are such a
Oh!
group of goblins.
I can drink a potion that makes me 15.
Oh, nice.
Just a question.
Oh my, an incredible 15. You're a strong human at that point.
Just a question. Is there a frontline fighter in this group?
Nope.
Fighting.
Nope.
Mighty.
I don't want to be having a funeral in the first session.
So, just putting this out there, the frontline fighters in this group are going to be summoned animals, familiars, and trained animals.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think I'm not going to be sending my wolf into combat because I'm going to be riding him because it costs move actions to reload. So I need the mount to actually be able to not waste every other turn. But but I think given the fact that we have a chaos cleric, a bomb throwing alchemist, a gunslinger, and a druid, I think we're going to have more than enough damage that anything that lasts more than 2 rounds against our summoned creatures would probably kill us anyway.
Yeah. Don't forget the inspirational music from the bard as well.
That's right.
To help boost everyone.
Can't forget that.
It's a big thing. So,
Bards can use shields. I figure the bard can go up front.
I mean, I'm very dexterous.
Yeah, so there you go. You're gonna have a good armor class. Perfect.
There's a bard arch. There's a type of battle bard class called a skald. Why don't you play one of them?
But we're not using those.
yeah.
Oh, that's
we're
right.
trying not to go too far out. Yeah. Because the further you go out, my God.
You can be a skald. You don't use those mechanics. Like you're a bard and you take some battle stuff and you're a skald.
No, the skald could also enter a rage. Was the thing.
Okay,
like a barbarian.
I know, but you can make a bard. Easy enough.
What's funny though is that
I have a bard guide for Pathfinder where I talk about just that.
Speaking of getting too far out there, I actually I once made this wasn't for an actual game. This was just seeing for fun what I could do. I made a class with 4 different types of rage that all stacked, and then I got a bunch of rage feats. And so for like 40 seconds a day, because I also got a whole bunch of like once per day abilities like this boots of haste and all that. So like for 40 seconds a day, my character basically turned into the Hulk with like a plus 26 strength, plus 14 con, tons of health regen for fast healing and all that. But after that 40 seconds, I got 3 levels of fatigue, which sent me from fatigue to exhausted to unconscious.
So what game was that in? Was that in Pathfinder?
Yeah, that was the Pathfinder game, but it wasn't an actual campaign I was in. I just made that character for fun to see if it was possible.
How did you combine rage bonuses? Because normally a rage bonus wouldn't stack with another rage bonus, right?
Yeah, that's because you have to get specific archetypes to make it so that the rage bonuses aren't counted as all morale bonuses. So there's a type of so there's a skald archetype that changes it to an enhancement bonus. There's a barbarian archetype that changes it to a profane bonus or something like that, et cetera, et cetera. So you make it 4 different types of rage with 4 different types of bonuses.
Well, I recognize those words, but that's about it.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I'm about the same, and I'm the one running this game, so yeah.
Yeah, I I didn't have a name for the character. I just called them the final form. And the idea was that I would use them as, like, one of the classes was an alchemist, because the alchemist has an archetype called the master chemist, which gives them a type of mutagen rage, which is an enhancement bonus instead of a morale bonus. And I took the and basically the idea was that I was going to run them as a support alchemist for most of the game, and then there would be a boss fight that was almost a TPK, and my character would transform and then pass out, and no one would know what the hell happened because they all passed out first in the fight. It was a stupid idea, but I like building characters for fun like that.
I'm having a look at the goblins. The archetypes and alternative class features. There's a daredevil bard. What do they do?
Oh, all the archetypes do weird things.
Yeah.
I'll have to actually look them up. I don't have most of them memorized.
It's just so much. I just didn't want to expand too far because it can.
Yeah, no, archetypes are crazy, and if you mix them, it gets even crazier.
Yeah.
Because technically, by the rules, as long as two archetypes don't modify the same things on a class, you can technically stack them up.
Yeah, it's just chase. Like, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole because you can go way down that rabbit hole into a very, very scary.
I made a brawler character that was a combination of Steelbreaker and Tavern Brawler because they mix different archetypes. And by 20th level, I would have been able to use a wooden spoon to break an adamantine door because it just basically ignores physics. They can treat any improvised weapon as a natural weapon. And the Brawler's Fist or the Brawler's Focus class feature says any natural weapon by that point is treated as adamantine. So this wooden spoon would be treated as adamantine for the purpose of making attacks with it. And then the Steelbreaker has a stupid ability called Analyze, which says you can make a knowledge engineering check with a DC equal to the hardness of whatever you're looking at. And if you beat the knowledge engineering check, you get to ignore hardness for 1 round against that thing. And so you could analyze an adamantine door and then break it with a wooden spoon.
Again, this is why we're not going down that rabbit hole.
Or I couldn't do that.
Specifically
why we're not going down that rabbit hole.
If you haven't played with Karsh before, let me give you a little spoiler. No, you couldn't.
just try.
What the rules say? No, forget it. Not up.
I'm trying to bring through. Come on, I let Lucky get away with a lot. I let Lucky get away with a heck of a lot. I still have no idea what Bozo was doing with his barrels of whatnot. I'm like, and I'm going to the markets. What are you going to buy? A single potato. Okay. So he's selling the dags. No, just one.
This shape. Yeah.
Yeah, see, whenever a player says something like that, I automatically throw up red flags because I'm the type of player who does stuff like that, seemingly innocuous things. And then like 6 sessions later, you're like, okay, and what are you going to use to plug up that hole? A potato. And you're like, well, shit, I guess that would work.
No, it was just this stuff going on in the background. I had no idea what he was doing, what he was planning, but it was going on in the background.
Never found out.
Never found out. So it's gonna annoy me for a while, but it's just like,
like there was this old game I was in, and we were tasked with stopping this train full of demons from getting to the other end of these tracks, where I was planning on invading some other country. And in one of the first sessions, we're riding across this desert that the train crosses. And by this point, I think we're like 16th level or something like that. And so I'm like, we're in a desert, right? GM's like, yes. the type with sand? And he's like, I don't know of another type of desert. So yes. I was like, excellent. I'm going to fill up a bag of holding with sand. And he's like, okay, you have 300 cubic feet of sand, you madman. And like 6 sessions later, we finally catch up to the train. I climb on top, and I'm like, hey, this is a train with a smokestack, right? And he's like, yep, I'm going to pour 300 cubic feet of sand down the smokestack.
That will do it.
Yeah, and that's why anytime a player does something innocuous, like I'm going to buy a single potato, it throws up red flags for me.
3 gold pieces for a sheep.
Monkey goblins are fast, foolishly impulsive, and disagreeable.
Not very fast. They only have a 20-foot move speed.
But a 30-foot
Until I
climb.
climb.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got a feeling there will be very few times that character is on the ground.
Yep.
For the
Yep.
monkey.
That'll be par for the course for Nik.
And technically, they could they could ride on the hobgoblin because they're medium.
I've also decided to use, because my my carrying weight is so pitifully little, my weapons are now spiked gauntlets, so my hands are free and my tail is free. I will only be climbing and flying at things.
Wow.
Just wait until I can figure out how to get a spiked armor.
Grab. So leap from the skies, bear hug.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Blind, so it's like leap from the skies.
Yeah. So I haven't mentioned it, but goblin weapons. Goblins have 2 signature weapons. One is a dog slicer, which is essentially a wicked, like really wicked short sword, and the other is a horse chopper, which is kind of a
It's
halberd.
like a weird long axe thing.
Yeah, yeah. They're pretty much makeshift weapons, but they functionally as a normal weapon.
I have attached shark teeth to my fists. That is what my gauntlets and spikes are.
Wow.
I'm not going to introduce the 5th edition versions of using shark teeth,
Yeesh.
because we had that recently turn up in the Rusty Daggers, where someone's got a shark tooth sword. Does double damage against people without armor, and the barbarian doesn't wear armor. So the barbarian now has a shark tooth sword after finally killing the bastards that were almost killing them.
Dog slice. Dog slicer.
So dog slicer is essentially drag and drop a short sword and rename it to dog slicer.
Ooh,
Functionally
okay.
exactly the same.
I can use a weird assortment of weapons.
Probably yes.
A scimitar, scythe, a sickle.
What
It's-
class is this that grants you those weird weapons?
Druid.
What? Oh, yeah. No, they get weird weapons.
Maybe.
A scimitar, you would also say dog slicer, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, scimitars are different because they have an 18 to 20 crit range. They have they're
Yeah,
nasty
so
little things.
So you call this scimitar and then you recall it dog slicer.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same
Just
thing.
call it an extra sharp dog slicer.
Yeah.
It's a curvy one.
I probably won't be swinging in that much, so.
But when you're on the front line, you will. Right beside Ursamay's character, you're the other character that can use a shield.
Oh wow. R.I.P.
I've
Wait,
got my
no.
shield line.
Yeah, but druids can
forward.
only use wooden shields. They can't use any metal objects.
Yeah, wooden shield is just fine.
A wooden shield is like a +1 AC.
I'm surprised no one went for the tower shields to get the +4 AC.
Yeah, with a -4 armor check penalty or -10 or something.
Yep.
Huge.
We could stack goblins and have one. adopted.
You say that in 5th edition where is it? What's the Tomb Annihilation? They stack goblins.
All right.
No.
So they have totem pole goblin tribes where they actually stack on top of each other.
Yeah, that's the Batari.
Yeah. And the fun part is if you kill one goblin, you just -1 off the stack, and the rest is still fighting you.
Wow, it's like a goblin Voltron.
It is, yeah.
That just reminds me of hide behind the pile of dead bards. If any of you have ever seen The Gamers.
Actually, Karsh and I
movie.
had a long conversation about that when I first joined this channel.
I like the gamers.
Yeah.
What else?
Bards suck.
Yeah, we did a single class challenge through Sunless Citadel, and hey, thank you, Pagely, I think it's Pagely153. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for joining our Goblin Horde. So much. We need as many goblins as possible to. Well, actually, this is a goblin game. This is our game where everybody here is going to be goblins, or TreantMonk's going to be the one lone hobgoblin trying to catch and clean and soap these pesky little creatures.
Worse than cats.
Never soap.
Well, similar to cats, where at least one of them can climb and has a tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tried washing a cat. Yuck. Well,
Okay, just catching up on stuff in my Discord. There's people everywhere asking me stuff. I really should put something to say we're live so people don't ask me things.
These are some really weird alleys. Like the streets are more or less very normal, but there's like Rusty Nail Alley, Drunkard's Alley, Frog Alley, Soggy Alley, which is my favorite so far.
wow.
I like Junker's Way. Wet Dog Alley, yeah. No, I like the street. I mean, the difference between a 5th edition game and like a Pathfinder is just the colour and the art style. I absolutely adore the art style of Pathfinder. Pizarro artists are amazing. They're just wonderful in how they draw things. So much colour when you don't need that amount of colour, but it brings so much to a game. And there's like, this is detailed as well. This is 50 locations on a small town, where you rarely get that in a 5th edition show, like a 5th edition town. I think we've got 30 or 25 in Prince of the Apocalypse. We had under 15, I believe, in Waterdeep across the entire city, which was scary. I absolutely love the artwork, and that's just the town. There's far more things I can.
So with the equipment weight, is everything hard? Did I hear that right? Or
Yep.
Everything that doesn't have a specific size on it already is halved. So if it already says like 50 feet of rope or a small size tent, that's normal. But all your armor, all your weapons, everything like that, that's all halved.
okay, that's good. Thank you. That will make a difference.
Also, don't forget, you're not actually encumbered. Like, you don't take any movement speed penalties until you go above your medium load.
Okay.
already there. I'm trying
So
to get below
close.
that.
Oh, right. I forgot you guys had a 5 and a 6 in strength.
Yeah.
I have
So your
5
medium, load is, your medium load is like 29 pounds.
30.
Mine seemed
I
to
was-
drop my speed as soon as I went over my light load.
Yep. Yeah. Wait,
Oh.
it drops 5 feet when you go over your light load? Really? I don't remember it doing that.
It dropped right away. Yeah, when I went over my light load to 20. So I
Yeah.
went back under my light load so I could have my 30-foot move.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
yeah.
speed 20 already.
Let me look at let's see.
Oof.
So I'm just showing off the other maps.
Let me buy just normal leather armor. Who needs hide armor?
Yeah, no, you're only supposed to go down to 20 feet when you reach your medium load, not when you go above your light load. It's only when you actually like get.
It seems to this character sheet seems to drop the speed.
Huh. That's really weird. I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Let me have a look at red.
But
Speed
weird, 'cause I
30
don't
times
have a
4
bad
run.
strength,
How are you going, Ursamay?
Huh?
Are you able to access your sheet now?
I try. I haven't even bothered touching it in a while.
oh no, I forgot. I have to buy ammo. Shit. The gun doesn't fire magic bullets. You need actual bullets.
Yeah, I got it up now.
Yay!
Yay.
Well, thank you for not actually telling me the price.
12 gold each.
For a bullet? No.
Why not?
Because they have an actual price somewhere.
It's not going to be in my SRD, it'll be in the other SRD thingy.
Yeah, I'm looking on the SRD. It's just being difficult. Right, I have to look under firearm. So that's where the bullets are listed.
Of course it would be. Nothing's easy.
Firearm bullet, 1 gold apiece.
Ooh, that's going to get expensive.
per bullet.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah,
Hey.
but no, I have gunsmithing, so I can craft them myself. And when you craft them yourself, it's like 5 per normal amount, per ammo, or 20. Sorry. When you craft ammo, you get like 20 for what the normal amount is for the price, or something like that. I don't remember the exact rules. I have to find it real quick. But when you craft ammo, you get a bunch of it for cheap.
So it sounds like they've taken the Chris Rock school of lowering gun violence. If you like, he did a comedy routine about this where,
Yeah.
if you just up the cost, like, I mean, gun violence is so bad, but it's not the guns that kill people; it's the bullets kill people. So if you just put a tax or up the cost of like bullets so high that like the impulse of killing someone is not going to be there. It's like, look, I'm going to put a cap in your ass, but first I've just got to like got to get a second job and then get a mortgage and then I've got to do this and this, and in a couple of years' time I'm going to come back here with about 2 or 3 bullets and I'm going to put one of those in your ass. So I probably didn't do it as good as he does. No, I knew as good.
No, I remember exactly which bit you're talking about. I just crafted.
I did love that look on the, like, that idea of like gun violence, like, oh yeah, let's change it and turn it on. It says like, well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So when you craft ammo, it's I get to make. Let's see. That's 3. I get to make like 33 of them for 1 gold because I pay 3 silver pieces per. Wait. Oh no, I get to make. Yeah, 3 of them normally. Okay, I thought that looked weird at first. I was like, wait a second, I know I carried something wrong there. There's no way I make 33. So I get to make 3 bullets per piece of gold normally.
Lucky you're not dual wielding. Yeah. Wow.
No,
there's no machine guns.
That's not the style I was thinking of when I pictured the character. That's not the aesthetic. Let's see. And it takes very, very little amount of time to make bullets.
Yeah.
Druids need a holy symbol.
So let's see. I can get 75 bullets for
holy
my
symbols,
remaining 25
I don't
bullets.
know, but I'm usually okay with not. I'm okay with kind of being not officially a holy symbol.
The junk god. The god of junk.
I'm going to get, if it's 3 per gold, I'll get 60 bullets with my remaining 20 gold. Yeah.
And what's the religion of our chaos monkey?
Oh, well, it does specifically say that the monkey goblins worship demons. So I chose the demon lord Demogorgon.
Demogorgon doesn't exist in Pathfinder. That's a 3.5 trademark thing.
Well, it was in there when I was looking up demon lords.
Was it?
Well, now I'm going to worship Limo Gugan. I made it up. I heard it in a vision in a dream.
And if you heard it in a vision, it must be true.
Yes. I mean, that's why I'm on this adventure. I have the missionary. I had a dream about coming to this place. So I went on a ship, and then a ship crashed, and now I'm here. It has to be destiny.
Okay, yeah. Demogorgon is listed under other demon lords. It's saying you can bring in other demon lords from other lords or system if you want to, because they don't technically have stat sheets, because they're all just, gods, more or less, of the abyss.
Well, now it is specifically Limo Gugan.
Leo. Is that a listed one, or is that one you made up?
Making up.
It's Demogorgon. It's specifically from a reference to the Out of the Abyss. When you go to the fish people village, they're just chanting Limo Gugan, Limo Gugan, and they're trying to summon Demogorgon to their village, which does happen. He comes out of the lake and just destroys everything while the players are trying to run away from him.
I remember.
So that's the vision I had.
I remember at one point we were rolling on the DM had us roll d20s when we were taking watch to see if anything happened. And at one point we were all keeping watch for some reason. Like we were all at different camps for these soldiers. And we were all keeping watch. And the DM told us to roll our d20s. All 3 of us rolled a 6. And so he was like, okay, roll those again. And somehow all 3 of us rolled a 6 again. I don't know what the chances of that are. But he was like, okay, well, give me a minute. And he was like, well, you summon Asmodeus. I just have to figure out where, because you're not in the same location. And long story short, our cleric accidentally sold his soul a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, Inner Sea Goblin Hero Gods.
Well, what exactly he agreed to was super vague because it was Asmodeus. So we know the cleric agreed to something. We assume it involved his soul. We don't know what it actually was because the campaign ended.
There's Zarongal, magnificent pelt of living fire. Venkelovor. Ceaseless Hunger.
What are we talking about?
I found some goblin gods.
Ceaseless
Oh.
hunger.
Hedragash is known for the strongest of the goblin hero gods. And Zogmagot, insatiable greed, leads her to scavenge the wealth from even the most inhospitable places. Frequently scavenges shipwrecks, which increase her wealth but cost the lives of many of her minions.
Where is this list?
I'm in the sea gods, the inner sea gods, page 189. I went back to PDFs. I know. Oh.
I think I can find a copy of that or an online version of the PDF.
But they're the ones that I found for goblin gods, for that at least. But you can make up one, I don't mind.
I mean, my thing is chaos and madness.
Yep. Well, we can actually have it coming off a proper mad god from the others, because there's others around. I'm sure there's a madness god or a chaos god. And why would a god of chaos only favor like humans and whatnot? I mean, god of chaos would certainly go to the other beings. If any god.
You said page 190?
89.
189. The goblin hero gods.
Yeah.
Your guide recommends I give up my pet.
The most glorious never fall. I love that.
Sun Wukon, the Monkey King, Travelers, Wanderers.
Oh, wow. Like Journey to the West, Monkey King.
Travelers, Wanderers, any who love carousing and celebrations pay respect to the mischievous Sun Wukon. It's actually a human god.
Not anymore, it's not. I am the monkey goblin. How dare these pitiful little humans try to take my god as their own? I am the one with the tail, not them. I am the chosen one.
Wow, I'm now going to have to search through the adventures to see if a temple turns up in any of those.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be a worshiper of Zerongel, Barkbreaker.
Zerongel, yep.
Yeah, as someone who rides a wolf, that seems right up my alley. Seems perfect with my aesthetic right there.
Poog says Zerongel is the best. What was it? He stabs them all. So he stabs them all, then burns the rest. I can't remember the rest of the song.
What song is this?
We Be Goblins, Poog, who's actually a cleric of Zerongel. I can't remember because it's been such a long time. How are we all going, Kiwi?
Yeah, okay. Have a look. Please.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, how did my sheet look?
Sheet looked good.
Okay.
You, out of everyone here, you kind of know what you're doing more than anyone else, so I'm not really going to question it. I'm just going to copy how you did things onto everybody else's.
Alrighty.
That's kind of how it's going to go. So you've got a lot of features there, your auras, domains, yep.
Most of it was the character mancer.
Yeah.
I forgot to roll hit point. Oh wait, no, it's max hit points at first level, right? That's
Max
what it
hit
usually
points.
is. Okay, so that's a total of 11.
I just need a nature deity.
Nature
Yeah.
deities.
Maybe. The old ones.
Outer gods. I found those.
No, there's a list of gods and pantheons. Give me a second. There's Azathoth, one of the elder beings, as technically the only one with nature in his portfolio. It's chaos, creation, forces of nature, magic, space, and thought. But here, let me see it. Oh, plant. I forgot that was the name of the domain. Here we go. Let's see. There's Illyria for gardeners, healers, lovers. Chayuta for river and seaside dwellers. Hell for disease and diseased creatures. Iluvatar for elves mostly. And Mal, apocalyptic cults, evil druids, and Malites. Oh, and Njords, who is worshipped by farmers.
Mal. That sounds interesting.
I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
Here, let me. Mal, perhaps the. Let's see. Worshipped by ravaged planar travelers and recited from the lips of the fanatical druid. They're the tales of a prison plane harboring horrific creatures and a forgotten god. Long ago, Mal transformed worlds into hideous replicas of his own through annihilation by his horde of Malites. You're basically worshipping the Zerg Overmind.
Yes.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. It's everyone should respect our new insect overlords. Mal.
Most priests are druids accompanied by anti-paladins and rangers. They seek to transform the world around them into another domain of Mal through grisly experiments or by exterminating or banishing all outsiders. Wow.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
pretty severe. That's pretty severe, yeah.
Let's see. There's also Saren, a specifically druidic god who happens to be, I think, an orc of some sort, or half boar or something. Which is kind of like what an orc is anyway, but you know. He's not a cruel god. Let's see. He shelters those who dwell in the forests. Saren's wrath is reserved for those who burn and despoil forests or leave behind wastelands. Freedom is the ultimate virtue of Saren. Yeah, this guy sounds boring as shit.
I don't know. I'll have a look into it all.
And Njord has a single sentence or two sentences. Njord is the embodiment of uncaring, changing seasons. He is prayed to not so much to bring good crops, but to be convinced to hold off early frost. He requires appeasement and devoted following. That's basically what it says about him. That's the only 2 sentences.
No.
Some weird elf god. There's Hela, or Hel, the goddess of death, lady of pestilence, known to spread disease. Any living thing within her presence withers and dies. She summons swarms of vermin, causing disease in living things. Hey, maybe you could get a rat swarm eventually if you worshipped her.
Surfing on my rat swarm.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're probably just going to worship Mal. All of these other nature gods are so boring.
Yeah. Although the outer god, although Mal might.
Oh, Azathoth. That's right. Let me pull up that page for you. Azathoth. Azathoth is creation incarnate, lying restless at the center of all space and spawning galaxies as afterthoughts. Mortal cultists look to him for raw power and revel in the destructive forces of nature. Some believe that knowledge of Azathoth changes one's destiny. The more one knows of the eldest god, the more powerful one becomes. On scattered worlds, several cultists blind themselves in an effort to remove all distractions and gain Azathoth's creative power. Others implore the elder god through a combination of devotional sacrifices and focused meditation. All meet with mixed results.
There's a reason for blinding for our cleric, though.
A blind one.
Yeah, we're finding a god for the druid. I think the cleric already has.
I know. I'm just like heard blind, like followers blinding themselves. Like, what cleric? Yes, no.
And Shayuta just seems to bless rivers and other watery areas. Yeah.
Can anyone speak common? Just
Yes, all of us can speak common. Goblins start off speaking common.
Oh, I
didn't. I
Really?
managed the goblin, and then you could get a second one.
yeah.
But I got
it only
Abyssal
say-
for being a cleric.
I have to check that. That doesn't seem right.
I think it was everyone speaks Goblin, and then you can choose to if you have extras.
I speak common.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it is just Goblin to start off with, but I can speak common as well.
Speak Abyssal.
I can speak common and Orcish, actually.
I can speak.
I can speak to the extra big green guys. What's funny is that in D&D lore, goblins, orcs, all of that, they're all originally other races that got infected with the same disease. This greenskin curse that the gods sent down. Orcs were originally elves. Goblins were originally gnomes. Dwarves, I forget what they turned into. Like all the different green-skinned races in D&D were traditionally, in lore, or originally other races that got cursed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my sheet is okay. I'm not sure.
I think most sheets are pretty good. Just make sure we've got. Well, I say most. I know Ursamay, you're doing what you can, which isn't much, but yeah, we can't really do much. Yeah.
Maybe my deity can be the junkyard.
Have you got a name for your character, Ursamay?
Oh, I've still been kind of looking. I was kind of like looking to like at the names of instruments and kind of playing off one of those.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Loud crash boom. So descriptive works, and personality works as well as a common themes.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I'm just going to flick through your character just quickly. And you got Dex of 19. That's amazing.
Well, most people put their below 10 stats into Dex. The lowest anyone will have is a 14.
And so, you've got
really
disguise.
Yeah.
Disguise and escape artist.
If I did something wrong, it would be weird.
And diplomacy, is that the I'm just a little halfling?
Yeah. Because I did pick up disguise self.
I played Pathfinder with a guy who played a goblin character, and he would always say, "I am a small human child."
I think there's like a halfling background trait we can convert to like reskin for.
Yeah, it's called childlike.
Yeah. It essentially lets you pretend, like give you bonuses to pretending to be a little child.
The green skin is everything, you know?
Well, with the disguise kit.
You're just seasick, that's all.
People see what they want to see.
With prestidigitation, you don't even need a disguise kit. And it's a cantrip, so you get to cast it unlimited.
So you've got extra performances. Your feat, was that?
Yeah, it seemed like probably just the best one to go for.
I'm just trying to go through and have a look at your stuff. Cantrips, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you still have the 2 background ones, which you need.
What the heck just happened?
6.
Okay.
Okay, traits. This is what I was looking for. Is it a halfling racial trait? I think it may be.
Oh, yeah. Here, I'll find it.
Or maybe social trait. I think it's called childlike.
Oh, yeah, here it is. It is it's a feat, not a trait.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Charisma 13 halfling. You can take 10 on bluff checks to convince others you are telling the truth, so long as your story makes you appear innocent. You gain a +2 on disguise skill checks to pose as a human child. And ignore the check penalties for disguising yourself as a different race and age while doing so.
So that'll be probably a bit harder because it's a +10 and it's still... And it's a full feat though.
No, it's taking 10.
Okay, yeah.
Not +10.
Yeah, taking 10 on a disguise with +2 for disguising as a human child.
Yeah.
But you have to be also acting innocent.
Mm-hmm.
But that's in place of your extra performances.
Mm-hmm.
As your feat that you chose.
Yeah.
I have a question. Since
Yeah.
monkey goblins specifically say that they used poisoned darts, and I have a blowgun, I'm trying to figure out, like, in D&D 5e, you actually had like prices of poisons and how much it cost, but there aren't any poisons here.
Yeah, there are.
Oh.
I'll get the page.
Because I put it in craft, and I want to be able to craft poisons so I can put them on my blow darts.
All right. Well, there are several poisons that are. Let's see. There's arsenic, belladonna. I'm getting the ones that are cheap so that you can craft them, because you still have to pay a third of the price in crafting. And how much gold did you get again?
My base was 140.
Yeah.
It was just the thing that had it on there.
Ooh, that's dangerous. Green blood oil does 1 con damage per round for 4 rounds with a DC 13 save, and it would only be 30 gold to craft enough doses for 20 arrows or 20 darts.
And that's on the...
I'm getting the link for you.
Okay, thank you.
Here's green blood oil specifically, and here's the poison page.
So trying to find some options for the background feats for you, Ursamay. There's Rude Song. You get +2 bonus to all perform checks. And perform is always a skill class for you. Which it's already a skill class for you. It just means that your songs are particularly rude. You get a bonus for them. Have a look at other ones.
Spell failure.
Where it like adds these rates?
I didn't get that. Can you say again?
Where do you add the background traits?
Feature or feats. Features/traits.
Okay. Okay.
And you get 2.
Okay. Cool.
So I'll put the link into Discord. I know this Discord's just full of full of links. Thank you, Ari, for all the links and all the searching.
That.
Maybe we should create a separate channel under Rise of the Goblinoids just for Pathfinder links.
I can do it, but probably won't be today. But
It'd be easy to rename this channel.
just rename this one and do a general chat for us for later.
I think there's more links than actual chat in here at this point.
Oh, there's images of the designs, the overlay designs we're trying to work on.
That's true.
Yeah.
What's the D100 for?
I have a spell failure. I don't think I did, but maybe I do.
Druids suffer from ASF if they're wearing metal armor, if I recall correctly.
I've got leather armor and a wood shield.
You're good. You're good to go. No spell failure.
Okay. Maybe it just rolls it by default.
Or maybe it's written in somewhere to automatically roll it. I know there's bits and pieces everywhere that the couch set assumes everything, which can be really annoying.
Yeah, I guess if it's rolling extra dice, it'll be... Maybe I can click something.
Let's see. I'm going through it and just finding them. Oh, by the way, you can go through, if there's skills that you're not going to use, like all the knowledges, and things like fly, you can go into your options at the back, or say configuration, like the last tab, and just unclick some of them if you think it's too much to go through. So if you're not going to be flying, untick it and it won't show up on your character sheet. It's just things like that will make it a little bit smaller and easier for you to navigate. So what are we doing? We're finding difficulty check the druid, cast level, ability wisdom, save DC, spell failure chance. There, you got one ticked for some reason.
Oops.
That's okay.
I didn't do it.
That's okay.
Maybe it just does it by default.
So try a spell now and see if it rolls the same.
I'll try that one.
Still doing it.
It's a success.
Yay! You can cast a spell. Let's have a look at that again. Go to we'll tick it and do it again. What are we rolling? Summon Nature's Ally.
I'll try again.
No, it's still doing it. I don't know. We'll find something
I
else.
keep succeeding, so it's fine.
Yeah, if you're succeeding, it works. I do like that the internals of the spell, the notes, are scrollable up and down separately to the actual roll. So the main body of text is one, like of what it is, what's happened, and then like all the rest is scrollable. Keeps that huge amount of information smaller.
Yes, very handy. Now I need to think of what my goblin will look like.
Yeah. So for those that are new, you heard an alarm go off. That is me saying I kind of need to go.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to go too.
Yeah.
I should go too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ursamay, we'll try to help you out over the next couple of weeks. getting everything up and running. I'm going to be going through all the sheets and making sure they're all there. Things like the saving throws and all that's going to be there as well. So this hard penciled in start date would be, say, the 1st for everyone in the US and the 2nd for myself and Kiwi. As the start date, just had the artist for the overlays asking for an update of like, hey, is there any update of this one? It's like, actually doing session 0 now. So I've got everyone in the group section saying what they're looking for, like what people's opinions are for the overlays. If you have a favourite, please tell me in the general arts thing, or like a favourite but with some tweak. Feel free to tell me, and we'll see like which ones look the best, and I'll have a play around. But the main thing for the next couple of days is to get the ideas and character look for the artwork. So as much information as possible, but keep key to, as Nik was saying, main emphasis of the style, and then don't trust the artist to then add what they need to. The artist is Bilvi, and Bilvi did an amazing job on the emotes that we have. So it's going to be very cartoonish, and I think it's going to be very cartoonish. I've seen different styles come from Bilvi, so we'll see how we go. But yeah, so that's
far
probably,
it seems like everyone likes the second layout.
Yeah. So there's a few there, and I'll just have a look. Where was my artwork? I've just been all over the place all over today with that. Second layout was So my issue with the second layout is that the chat area is very, very small. That's my main issue with that. The chat layer needs to be longer.
Yeah.
Especially now I'm seeing people rolling, especially with spells, say Summon Nature's Ally, the top part is that little bit. So we'll go across, so the top part is that little bit, and then all the information is underneath. If the chat layout is that small square, like we currently have on this overlay, we're not seeing the spell, we're just seeing the body of text underneath it in that scrollable area. So I'm thinking we may need either the first one or the last two. But I know the last one, everyone's smaller, and I'm trying to avoid that smallness.
Yeah, I personally like the third one and the first one, if we're discounting number 2.
Yeah. And the third one's got its own problems. The map's smaller, and it's got the extra banner thing, which I've got no idea what to do with. But that may just be the artwork of the cave paintings. But anyway, we're going to do our goodbyes and etceteras, and just put down what you think and ideas and whatnot, and we'll get that forwarded. Even if I have to do a quick mock-up of what people's ideas are. So I'm just exhausted. Yay! So Trent, would you like to start the outros, since you're familiar with what goes on?
My name is TreantMonk, and you can find me at TreantMonk's Temple on YouTube. And I will see you guys in a few weeks.
Awesome. And Nik?
I'm Nik. You can find me on FartSmart at Twitter. I will be playing Jabbersnatch, the blind cleric of chaos. So it'll be fun.
Ursamay, if you've got internet to be able to speak.
I'm Ursamay. You can find me at Twitter at Ursamay Art.
Okay.
I'm playing the Bard Goblin.
Hopefully for
at this point, Ursamay is just like 20 words or less.
Awesome. We got it all. It's good.
Yeah, it was clear.
It's good. So yeah, also check out Ursamay Arts for amazing artwork, and also FartSmart with Nik, because Nik's doing the artwork for the Ghost of the Saltmarsh show, which is on tomorrow. And we're getting more art coming from that one as well. So now you know the format. Kiwi, would you like to do an outro?
Sure, yeah. I am Kiwi, and I will be playing as Jank, the druid, and with his faithful sidekick, Bitey, the raccoon, the dire raccoon. And I don't really do a lot of social media, but I do have a Twitter, which is Raptorman1980. I was a young person when I came up.
Okay. It's okay having that. I understand more. I know a few people that put dates and things.
Yeah.
And I will say it is nice to have a almost similar, well, a almost familiar accent on the channel. It's nice. As I was saying it earlier.
Best accent.
And Ari, our resident Pathfinder expert.
Hello, or goodbye. My name is Ari. You can find me at twitch.tv/onionitis. That's onion plus ITIS. And I'll be playing Boom Boom, riding Fang the Wolf in this game.
Okay, and my name's Carl the Goblin. This is the Goblin Cave. We have Children of the Marsh tomorrow. We should have Rusty Daggers the day after, as they're currently exploring the Undermountain, or about to head into Undermountain, after their whole session of shopping. I thought I'd punish them for taking control of my channel, and we might have a little bit of let's play something for the end of the week. No streaming over the weekend. I've got my little goblin, so I can't really stream with him about. We do have a project coming up, which is Seriously Sim Racing, which is going to be streamers doing comedy sim racing commentary when they have zero experience in sim racing, zero experience in motor racing, and zero experience in commentary. It's going to be weird. It's going to be fun. I've already got a few teams said yes, I want to be in that. I'm just working on overlays and working on bits in the background to get that up and running, maybe in a few weeks' time. But we will be back with this one in about 3 weeks, I think it is. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for our newest cast members, Ari and Kiwi, and of course our returning cast members, Kiwi, Nik and Ursamay. I'm really enthusiastic about this one. It's going to be weird. The crazier you go means the more XP bonus you're going to get, which sounds weird because if you start optimizing your characters, I'll just slow down progression. But if you're non-optimal, which sounds like you're totally not going to be, I'm going to increase the progression because you're going to need it to get through some of the challenges. So I think it's going to be lots of fun. So I think that's a bye for everyone. So bye.
See you later.
Bye.